wisdom and grace are the best. Seek that first and his righteousness. Then you will know say you're blessed. But your sins you must first confess. And seek your repentance next. I am overall.
Yeah, Shara. Yeah, it's calling you back home. Yeah, Shara. All praise due to you alone. Yeah, Shara. Yeah, it's calling you back home. Yeah, Shara. All praise due to you alone.
Yasha, ya harmony. Yeah, above all me clear. Over the world, money and fear. Bag of money, car and chain. Me nah left my soul drain. Cause me coming out the most I near. No stokes, no shame. Yahusha the sun and above all, yeah, me proclaim.
Yeah, Shara. Yeah, it's calling you back home. Yeah, Shara. All praise due to you alone. Yeah, Shara. Yeah, it's calling you back home. Yeah, Shara.
All praise to the Most High, yeah. Praise, yeah. Everything you allow, only cause of your will. His will be done. And you allow us to walk in it still. So, yeah, your will be done. Thank you for life. Thank you for eyes. Thank you for sight. Praise your name, get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, it mean me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, it get me through every plight. Thank you for death, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't that feel great, satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't that feel great. Thank you, cause me don't put money first. Thank you, cause you tie feet to the works. Thank you, cause you form flesh from the dirt. Me thank you for the healing but come from the earth. Thank you, cause you allow me to put you first. Thank you, cause you tie feet to the works. Thank you, cause you form flesh from the dirt. Overall, me thank you for you. Satisfied with where you give. Where you give, cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't that feel great, satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't that feel great. Thank you for life, thank you for eyes, thank you for sight. Praise your name, you get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, mean it make it through the night. Thank you for grace, you get me through every plight. Thank you for that, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. don't ever be satisfied with where you give.
Cause we are give.
And where you give.
Cause we are give.
I'm more than what you need. So don't ever be
satisfied with
where you give.
Cause we are give.
Where you give.
Cause we are give.
I'm more than what you need.
I'm more than
So don't ever be
satisfied
with where you give. Sing for where you give. I'm more than what you need. So don't ever be satisfied.
Wow. Woo. That's the shofar.
And everything you should do. And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
and everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to and everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Woo. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah!
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Yah!
Yes.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
All praise to the Most High Yah. All praise to the Most High Yah. Hold on, guy. I'm coming. All right. Tonight, welcome everybody. Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah. Welcome everybody at over on Facebook as well. Everybody, this is tonight's study. It's an episode, I think it's episode 51 or something, or 52 of Divine Discussions. Divine Discussions. Time to divinely discuss some lifetime events and give some spiritual answers to the Most High children's questions from all over the world. Welcome to Divine Discussions. Facts. Divine Discussions. Time to divinely discuss. All right. Welcome to Divine Discussions. Facts. All right, I'm your brother, your host, Uncle Yahya. Y'all give me a second, known as Uncle Yashu. I'm trying to get myself together with my headphones, get my hair all out the doggone way. Hold on, this lock is in the way. All right, welcome to Divine Discussions. All right, tonight I had something planned for tonight, but I got something even deeper now. I had already put together what the Most High wanted me to bring out tonight. All right. Still on the it's the Q&A. So I'm gonna do a little bit of that tonight as well. But we still on the series of the ancient black nobility, monarch, black kings during the dark ages of all of Europe. Now, I'm going into Where I was going to go into more of, I'm going to go into some of it, of how the black kings and the black nobility, and I know the trolls will be coming, so y'all handle them. Let me see. Let me put my comment on there. They might be here already. All right. They don't like us teaching our story. They like his story. You see? They like his story. History, his story. They don't like us teaching our story, which I don't understand because we have no problem with nobody else teaching their story. You see? So any other nation of people on the earth, you can have any Asians, you can have any Australians, you can have any, I don't know, Africans, you can have any Americans, you can have any nation of people on the earth. They cool to teach their story, right? But let us start teaching our story, and here come people. Y'all wasn't this, y'all wasn't that, y'all wasn't, you know. So I guess we the only people on the earth that they don't want to have a history. And the crazy thing is, the original seed is what they all come from. See, there you go again. No, I'm not a Freemason. First of all, I'm not really free because I'm still captive in this land. And Mason is my son. You understand? So I don't have nothing to do with all that crap. You know who want to know who I am? I don't know if this is a troll or not, but I am a child of the Most High. You understand? So all the Masonic orders and all that stuff. What signs? What? I got a sign for you. You lucky I can't put it up. I got a sign for you. You lucky I'm a man of the Most High that I can't do, you know, these cursed things in this language. I don't play with all that hand sign crap. See, that's that lack of scholarship. When you all over the internet and you run around here, I talk with my hands. I'm from New York. I'm from the streets. We miss us with all that. All right. I got a triangle for you. I got a middle finger for you too. That's a hand sign. Take that and stick it where you need it. This is a rightful house. We don't play all that. That's a lack of scholarship. You go to these other little clown YouTube channels. No disrespect to anybody who's running around with all this gematria hand signs. The real Masons ain't doing you no hand signs. You understand? So we don't got to do all that. We don't got to do all that. That's okay. Thank you. All right, Max Van. Thank you. I humbly appreciate that. So no disrespect. He said, maybe I'm a bit paranoid. My true, humble apology. It's just we get a lot of trolls and wow, did they? Am I gone? All right, hold on, guys. I don't know if I'm back. Am I back? My whole thing. So I got a lot of tabs open because I got a lot of info to bring tonight. Let me try to close this one. Can y'all see me? Let me know when y'all can see me back. And shout out to brother. Yeah, because I got a lot of tabs open because I got a lot of info. So I apologize if it's going to keep spinning. So I tried to close as many tabs as I can, but I got so much info to bring. All right. Thank you. I'm unfrozen now. All right. So we just got to deal with it. Let me apologize to my brother, Max Von Gravin. Go ahead. I apologize. You have the right, brother, to question anything that you see on YouTube because there's a lot of foolishness. So, but one thing I do want you to understand is a lot of these blacks that are so-called Masons and what they do that what's that thing, Prince Hall Masons and all that, these boule, they really got no power. They really just, but you're right, some of them are working for the darkness, the serpency. That Mason stuff with the 33 degrees and all that stuff, that really comes back to Anunnaki and fallen angel stuff. That's where really the foundation goes back to. But you are correct, brother. You are to be questioning. But one thing I got, as I explained, you're new to this channel, is I'm from the streets and from the back in the days where we did stuff. We talked with our hands and stuff. We did, this was peace. And later we found out that this was peace and this was really victory. we used to say this was okay. See, if I put that up, people get triggered, right? So I'm a man of the Most High. I ain't into no. I'm trying to survive, pay my bill. I'm still trying to pay my bills every day and trying to teach the word. Ain't no power. I ain't got no more power. I gave, so. And I never been a part of anything. I ain't even go to college, so I ain't even wasn't even part of the. I went a little bit, not no real college though. I ain't even part of no what they call Greek fraternities and all that. So yes, I talk with my hands. So I be trying because a lot of people are what you call that? They're triggered by all the videos and all the hands like, but one thing I can't do, brother, I can't stifle myself because I speak through my body. I speak. That's just it's a flow, it's a rhythm. That's just how I am. And if I try to like go like this, then the flow of the Holy Spirit is not the same. But I am mindful that I try. Like it's certain things, like your hands rest. Like see, this is the thing, brother Max. If we allow them to now, the real Masons, they laughing at it, right? The real serpent seeds, the high up one, they laughing. Look at these clowns thinking these people doing that. Now, the ones that are doing, like these celebrities, when they take them pictures and they stick their tongue out their mouth, or when they put their circle over their eye, or when they do this purposely, they are showing that they, sign covenants to get their celebrity and status. I'm shadow banned. I ain't got no celebrity. We get hundreds of thousands of views. They only show y'all 500. You know what I mean? I got stats to prove all that stuff, right? But whatever. So I am mindful. So it's like if we let that fear mongering go too far, it'll be anything you do is a sign, right? I can go like this. They'd be like, that's the Mason sign for oppressing the people. I go like this. That's the Mason sign for, right? It'll get to the point where you can't even do anything. You'll be sitting in a corner with no clothes on because everything is a sign. So, but you are right. You're right. So good. He put the scripture. He put Matthew 28:10. Then Yahusha said unto them, be not afraid. Go tell my brethren that they're going to Galilee, and there shall they see me. All right. All praise in the Most High. All right. So hopefully he's not a troll just tricking us, and later he come back and just. But anyway, let's get started. Shout out to the brother Max. All right. And again, I apologize. I thought you were trolling. No, I'm not. But you're gonna definitely. I'll try the best. I'll be doing good. I've been trying my best not to do anything with my hands. It's crazy. But I'm not about to allow these people to stifle me. Because listen to this one, Max. I brought this out another lesson. If we go that far, we won't even be able to have a car. You'll drive a car. Let's say you go buy a red car. They'll be like, that's a Mason. A Mason got red car. Or you get a black car. Mason checkerboard floor is black and white, right? A purple. Mason color, right? You'll get to the point where it become a witch hunt. All right. Praise Yah. All right, let's get started. So I see, I don't know, I gotta just teach, brother Max. Once you know who I am, you understand. Oh, please, Unc ain't got no time for no Mason stuff. I'm trying to pay. He trying to make sure he got food on the table and just eat. I come from the streets. I mean, I don't come from that world. I'm one of the ones that they put in jail. I'm one of the ones that the Masons and them lock up, right? I had a 25 to life bid, brother, and I got a second chance at my life by the Most High, and so anyway, but all respect. Welcome to Mashiach Assembly Ministries House of Yah, brother. He already got me trying to worry about my hands, guys. I got to get away from that because I won't be able to really teach if I'm worrying about. And that's another trick of the see. That's another trick of the adversary, where they'll have you trying to worry about something that will stifle your flow of Holy Spirit, of Ruach, and but all right. So as I was saying, I had something planned tonight. I'm still gonna bring it out, but when I was washing up to get prepared for this study, the Most High gave me something so incredible. Shout out to the brother Kamel and to all the other people that's bringing out this type of history. Oh my, I had to stop what I was doing. I said, are you kidding me? You bringing me this right now? So I had to hurry up, wash up, come in here and try to grab the book and so we're going to be open up. Oh, we got something tonight, guys. All right. So let me get started. I want to start out. First thing I want to start out I can get to that next, is this eclipse thing that's supposed to be coming tomorrow. Okay? This eclipse thing. All right. So now, all right. All right. So it's supposed to be tomorrow. Don't be scared. Don't be running around thinking the earth is going to end. You got some of these Israelites talking about the sea is going to split. Y'all coming to march us into the wilderness. All that. Don't follow all that. The eclipse is going to happen. But remember, I brought in my lesson about CERN, they are opening a portal, right? They are firing up the hydrogen collider, and they are shooting in to try to open up some of these portals so some of these fallen angels could come in. And they're trying to open up certain places in the where the Most High has imprisoned some of these fallen angels. All right. So there will be an increase in darkness. We brought out so I brought out that of what CERN is doing, right? And they're timing it for this April 8th. I also brought out that Aleister Crowley, one of the darkest Masons, shout out to the brother Max. There we go. Look, I ain't even, look, he just wrote it. All right, there we go. So Aleister Crowley, I ain't even see, I'm just seeing this comment right now. See, brother, we got a lesson I did about a week or two ago on this right here, which you just wrote. Aleister Crowley, in his book, the book of the law, was April 8th. Okay. And I think it is either 1909 or he wrote on 1904, one of the two. But so they're timing it with Aleister Crowley, one of the darkest men on the earth, right? A Mason, but fallen angel. He, in Egypt, he called on these fallen angels, same crap Solomon did. Ain't nothing different. Solomon. Ain't nothing different. These Anunnaki fallen angels, that's all called, and they spoke to him and all this stuff. So they're timing that, and they open up CERN portal. But guess what? It's another thing that they're doing. Oh, and then I bought out NASA. Remember? Yep, it's 1904. That's what I thought, Jonathan. And now it's 2024, right? And I bought out NASA. NASA is launching the rocket, right? And what did they call the rocket? The rocket was the devil something, or what was the name of the rocket? I forgot from the study from last week. So NASA is launching a rocket to go into the darkness of the eclipse on this April 8th of Aleister Crowley with CERN. Guess what? We got another one. Oh, Todd, you sent me something about the portal? I'll look at it. I don't think I've seen it. We got another one. Akiana sent me something about this, what they're doing tomorrow. All right? Yasha said they're doing 3 rockets. Watch this one, guys. Yana sent me another one that they're doing tomorrow. Y'all think all this is by chance? All right, I'm going to share this one. Share screen. Yana out in the UK, our elder. And Yasha, I'm going to need you to read. We're going to be reading tonight, Yasha. We're going in tonight. Thank you for all your help. If you can help me. All right, so let me hold on, I gotta come back to y'all, and then I could close these tabs. That should help too on some bandwidth once I'm able to close these tabs. Hold on. I can't see. I need to move this up. Can't see my present button. There you go. Present, share screen. Where it go? There. This is what they're releasing tomorrow too. And y'all think ain't nothing by chance, ain't nothing no willy-nilly. Let me see what y'all can see it nice and clear. Y'all see this? This tomorrow. A cryovolcanic mother of dragons devil comet is now visible from Earth. Shout out to my sister Tawana. Shout out to Tawana with color. Love you, sis. Out there on Facebook. Listen. It says Comet 12P Pond Brooks. This is the name of this comet that's right now, it's visible on the Earth during this. Now listen, it is also known as the Devil Comet and the Mother of Dragons Comet. So listen clearly. Why are they naming these comets the Devil's Comet and the Mother of Dragons? Remember, everything is intentional. They let you know who they serve. Okay? Now, it says this comet, also known as the Devil's Comet and the Mother of Dragons, is currently visible now in the night skies of the Northern Hemisphere, providing a unique spectacle for both amateur stargazers and professional astronomers. This Halley-type comet, which orbits the sun every 71 years and has a nucleus about 30 kilometers in diameter, is known for its impressive outbursts of gas and dust covering its voyages through the inner solar system, right? Look, the comet is known as the Devil Comet due to its distinct horned appearance. However, a more contemporary cultural nod has been given to its connection with the Kappa Draconids, a relatively modest annual meteor shower active from the late November and December. Similar to other comets, this, what they call this Devil Comet, is composed, whatever. This process, whatever. Then it tells you about what they are, significance, notable examples. All right, we don't need to read all that crap. All right. What I want y'all to show y'all is not only is CERN opening these portals, not only is they aligning it with Aleister Crowley, where his book of Do What You Wilt, the whole of their dark devil law, not only is we got a devil here. What's their name? Moderators, pardon me. Moderators, y'all handle that. Y'all be quick on the draw like last time. So y'all know the devils, they're gonna come. They whenever we teach real history or try to teach the children, they're gonna come. And they come with they come with whatever. All right. So now the Devil's Comet, the Mother of Dragons. So they timing it with Aleister Crowley, right? And his book of the law. They timing it with NASA shooting all these rockets, and I forgot what they named those rockets, something serpent, something or whatever. And here they are with this comet that they call the Mother of Dragons. Now y'all know that in the Asian culture, this is the year of the dragon, right? And we know in scripture what the dragon is, right? What's the symbolism of the dragon in the book of Revelation, all right? So that's why it's scaring a lot of religious people about this eclipse. Don't be scared, okay? That troll who just came in, who probably got kicked out, that's them doing. They opening it up for their devil, their father. That's this darkness, these Anunnaki, fallen angel, these devils. Okay, so that's their stuff. Don't be scared of their crap. All right, but we ought to know the devices of these serpents. Okay, so that's this Mother of Dragons Devil Comet. And now listen, they said it's gonna be. I had another tab, but they want me to block my ad blocker and it'll just flood me with all these ads and it'll slow down the thing, so I couldn't. But in this one right here from Forbes magazine, see, they want me to, it says, see the Devil Comet before the such and such after the eclipse. Now in this article, I'm not sharing it. Hold on. Let me come back here. Share this tab instead. There we go. See, they want me to stop my ad blocker. It says, see the Devil Comet before something and after the eclipse. Now they're saying that this is Forbes magazine. I wish I could have read it. It's better than the other one. They're saying that Ferrial said the Mother of Dragons is from a Game of Thrones. All right. So, and that's where they get all that from. We know who the Mother of Dragons is. That is her. That is the beast, right? That is her that they warn us about, all right? Their mother, all right. Babylon, all right, her, the great whore. All right, so now they, in this one, this Forbes magazine, they talk about this comet because you need binoculars and stuff or small telescope to see it. And they said, but the only way to see it is if everything was kind of dark. And they said, voila, the great eclipse. When the eclipse comes, most should be able to see this Mother of Dragons Devil Comet. So again, I just want to point out all this darkness. that they're bringing out about tomorrow, April 8th. This will be our last live before tomorrow. So if there is some darkness, or if it does go on for days, for those who are following the Most High, don't be fearful. Don't even worry. You know, we try to do the best we can to follow the Most High. We try to be as righteous as we can be in our heart. We love our neighbor as we love ourselves. And we don't got to worry about the devices of these devils. You see, these adversaries, these children of the serpents, of the dragon. You understand? These fallen angels. All right, now, I wanted to bring that out. But Yana also bought a scripture along with, he sent me the email about this. Let me see this scripture. So now I could close that. That should give me some bandwidth. Okay, good. Let me close this one. That should help a little. All right. So now he gave me a scripture. And the scripture is 2 Thessalonians. 2 Thessalonians. Y'all could put the scripture in the chat. 2 Thessalonians 2, 6 through 8. And it reads, "And now you know what withholdeth that he might be revealed in his time. And now ye know what withholdeth that he might be revealed in his time. For the mystery of iniquity does already work. Only he who now letteth will let, until he be taken out of the way. And then shall the wicked be revealed, whom Yah shall consume with the spirit Rayach of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming." All right, that's Mashiach. With whom the Mashiach, because they be putting this Lord, so I have to decipher who they talking about. With whom the Messiah, the Mashiach, shall consume with the spirit Rayach of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. So it says, and then shall the wicked be revealed. So there are things that are happening and going to happen, guys, that the wicked are going to be revealed. This book of Revelation, okay, this book of Revelation is coming to pass now. We're living in an end time prophecy, and a lot of the things now, the darkness, even those Masons that brother Max was talking about, they know this. Those are the serpent seed's children, so they're doing the work of their father. So that's why they all trying to bust through the firmament and CERN and the collider, and they're building a bigger collider, and they building their bunkers in the caves. All this is prophecy, but you can't stop the prophecy. But we are not to be fearful of it. We are need to be circumcise our heart and do the best we can to be righteous unto the Father and love our neighbor as we love ourselves. All right. So that part. So let me go down my little list. All right, and then. All right, so let me put the thumbnail on the thing, and let me put the link to my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. Present, Mashiach Assembly, no, invite, copy, and we're gonna get started. All right, Hakiyama put a scripture too. She put 2 Thessalonians. All right. 2, 6 through 8. All right, so my brothers and sisters will be joining me in the screen shortly. Let me find my there we go. Let me find this one. And let me add my brothers and sisters. Shalom, Hakiyama. Shalom, daughter of Yah. All right. Let me do this. Percent. Hold on, the elder. Shalom, Elder Taj Baliyah and Yana Pa out there in Oakland, California. Shalom, guys. And let me hold on, present, share screen. We're gonna get started, guys. Oh, we got a good one tonight. Oh, guys, okay. Let me explain. I can't believe the Most High gave me this right before we started. I'm gonna show y'all in the other books, these ancient books, where okay, so Sister Linda Llewellyn, she asked a question. We're going to get to that in a second, right? She's like, how did our ancestors get into Europe to be nobility when we're supposed to have been cursed? We're going to get there. I was explaining, and I'm going to explain in the other books, of the Samaritans, the Iberians, the Afro-Asiatics, the Cushites, the Mitzrites, all of these different Hamitic and Shemitic and Japhetic blacks that went in to Europe and when. I got a book tonight from, I think it's the 1800s, where they describe, oh, I'll just wait till we get, it's a lot. I got a lot of info. So all praise the Most High. So some of the other stuff I was going to bring out, I'm going to have to wait because I need to get this stuff out, what he just gave me for tonight. All right, so let me share my, I need to bring this on the screen, share. All right, there we go. Now let me bring my young elder in. Shalom, young elder. Yasha out there in Canada, and Ahavaya and the whole family, all the babies. All right, Shalom. So this is the thumbnail, right? From kings to slaves, the Dark Ages. Now, the reason why on this thumbnail I put this, because, you know, we get the trolls come, you know, these are the seeds of the serpent. They don't care. Their job is to try to harm us and make us think that we have no history, we were nobody, we just, you know, their job is to curse us, right? Try to curse us, right? So the reason why I put this, hold on, let me grab it so I can, there we go. The reason why I put this in the thumbnail is because of this picture. You see? So if I just put a picture or a drawing, then they could be like, somebody drew that picture. But this statue right here, this is in the buildings in Europe, in the architecture. This gold, right? Y'all see him? Y'all see he got a crown on his head, gold. Y'all see he got a book in his hand. So they're trying to say, oh, this is a slave, right? Guess he was a slave that could read, right? But again, I put this one because look, this is in the building, these state buildings and capital buildings and these monasteries and these churches and these houses. So I didn't want to put an image of what they call a coat of arms or anything, because anybody could have drew that. But this is what's in Europe now when you go there. So again, and that's how you know the spirit of a person. When they come here and try to disrespect us and say we weren't in Europe and we weren't kings and queens there, I'm sorry, we still in Europe. Look, this is Europe right here. And this is today. You could go and find this all over. Y'all see my last video. So that's why I put this. And then I put this image of the slave because this looks like one of the images of the Moors, right? All you got to do is put a gold hoop earring, right? This is all a crest, right? This looks like a crest. So tonight, I'll be showing you how the nobility during the Dark Ages, how they went from kings in Europe to slaves in America, the Caribbean, and they sent them to Africa as well during the Dark Ages. How they went from this to this. And I'll show y'all. And ancient books, not me, and ain't no black person wrote these books, right? And also the ship manifest where they shipped them off. Got some very disturbing info, but he gave me some other info. So a lot of the stuff I was going to bring out, I'll just do probably on Friday. So because I want to get to the stuff he just gave me tonight. It's some very important stuff. All right. So now, that's what we'll be explaining tonight. Because I know a lot of people like, how did we lose the monarchy? How? And then Sister Linda Wellen is like, well, if our ancestors were supposed to have the curses, how was they able to become nobility? I'll be explaining that tonight. So this is the thumbnail, from kings to slaves during the Dark Ages. How did we go from here to here? So a lot of us in America, in the Caribbean, don't realize we didn't come from the slave ship from Africa. We came from the slave ship from Europe. And we came with these last names. I'm going to show y'all. I'm going to show y'all right I'm gonna show y'all in the books, these ancient books, and no black person wrote these books. Okay, so we came with these names. We are descended, and I'm gonna show y'all in the book tonight where these authors wrote these books in the 1800s that said that these Jacobites were actually Israelites. I didn't know it was a book out there that said it. I got the book. We're gonna show it tonight. All right.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Could you address the live chat, please?
Okay, I can't even see it. All right, let me see what's going on.
I'm gonna put it in the private chat.
Okay, thank you.
It's there.
All right. Now is okay. All right. So if he keeps posting all that stuff, we're just gonna have to get rid of him. For those who new to here, this ministry, we don't just allow anything to be all posted. Okay, everyone has their different beliefs and culture, and we all can agree to disagree. But this house is very lawful, and we don't just allow anything to be posted in our chat like other YouTubes, because we're responsible for all the children who come to this ministry to try to learn, and I'm responsible for everything that's in the chat and everything that's being said from everyone. So this house is lawful. It's not just a regular YouTube channel. This is a house, and it's respected. It's respectful. So this is a house where you take your shoes off because it's a clean house, and you come in with respect. So we got to there just enough, no more all the posting of your doctrines and all of that stuff. That's like going into, let me explain. It's like going into a monastery or a ministry or a temple or a synagogue or a church or an assembly, and you walk in and the pastor or the morate or the teacher or the preacher or the priest or whatever is up there teaching, and you walk in and start reading from another book and start teaching your doctrine while that's disrespectful in the house. But I know YouTube is full of, like, it's just like a free fall. But this ain't we on YouTube, but we are not YouTube. This is a ministry, a house of Yah, and it's lawful and in order. So just if you can bridle your doctrines that you post, that would be greatly appreciated. Because everyone has the, ability to believe in what they want to believe. And all right. So thank you, Hakiyama, because I wouldn't even seen it because I don't see the chat all the time. So thank you. So no disrespect to nobody, but to the brother, I guess he's probably a young brother. We don't believe in Yahweh in this house because Yahweh is not Hebrew. That's actually Aramaic and Phoenician. That's another God. There's no A in Hebrew at all. Sound, period. So no disrespect to no one. So we're very careful and lawful in this house. All right? All right. All right. We respect all of y'all. All right, so let's get started. And thank you, Hakiyama. Point it out to me too, guys, if I don't see the chat, if others come and add their doctrine. All right. Now, let's go. We I want to should I get started right away? No, let's do the questions because we on this series and we'll be doing it for a while. So I'm gonna get to the thumbnail. I'm gonna get to From Kings to Slaves. I'm gonna get to the books, but I have to answer some of the children's questions really quick. So Hakiyama, could you let me stop sharing that for a second, and we're going to these questions to be quick. They ain't gonna take long, Yasha. We'll get started with the reading before you get too tired. All right. So I'll come back to that. So let me go here to my email. Let me go to sent folder. I want to see what the questions are that I sent you, Hakim. All right. So you can start with the first question from Robin Yah. Robin Yah, please.
Can you hear me?
We hear you now.
Okay. And Yasharala was the one who brought that to my attention first. I just didn't want to take credit for that.
Thank you, Sharala.
But Rabanya says, can you explain the tree of life, please?
Can I explain the tree of life? That's a very great question. The tree of life. So what Robin Yah is asking is, sorry guys, is we hear in Genesis of the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? And we know that Adam and Havayah, Eve, Adam and Eve, they transgressed the Most High. And he gave them a law. He actually gave them, I think it's like 6 laws on the first page of Genesis. And one of them is what they should eat. These are laws. This is the Most High. These are laws of the Most High. His first law when he created us in the garden when it was all good. This is before sin, right? So one of his laws was that they can eat from the tree of life, but they should not eat or touch the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Now, the Bible is written in precepts, parables, allegories, some literal accounts, but a lot of it is allegorical or parables. The Messiah, the Mashiach, he spoke that all through, to the point where his disciples like, why do you speak like that? He says, for those who have the keys to unlock the mysteries. It ain't just for everyone. That's where these Masons get their mysteries and their orders from. They get everything from the original scripture. Now, the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil that it speaks of in Genesis, that's actually parabolic. It's actually, so there's not an actual tree, right? That they can go and say, this is the tree of life, and they can just eat a fruit of it. And there ain't an actual tree of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It's parabolic. It's a parable. Now, this tree of life is actually to be broken down to unlock the mysteries of the parable in Genesis, in Yah's covenant. This is the beginning. This is first law. This is what we back to. Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. We go back to the original Genesis, the first page, the first 2 pages before sin and transgression, the first law. We go back to the Father. Most people going back to Israel and Moses and Numbers and you ain't going back far enough. Keep on going. Keep on going. Go past Numbers, go past Deuteronomy, go past Leviticus, go past all these scriptures, go past the New Testament, keep on going. Just keep on traveling on back till you get back to where? Yah. To very good. The garden. The first law of the Most High. Before sin and transgression. Now listen clearly. When you go back, oh, come on, Ayashia. See, Mashiach Assembly's been built up. Y'all already been, y'all cheating. Y'all got the cheat code. Y'all been built up. When you go back all the way to Genesis, the first 2 pages, before Genesis 3 and 6, before sin, before the mark of the beast, you going back to the tree of life. Y'all hear me? Listen clearly. The tree of life is the will of Yah. Y'all, I done praise Yah through the grace and mercy and election of the Father. I done built Mashiach Assembly Ministry. Y'all some warriors, boy. Y'all know that scripture. Yeah, when it was all so simple then, Delara Shah. That's why I said, y'all got to keep on going. You got people, they love to stop at Moses, right? That's these Israelites. They stop. That's the ones that's going to be, the ground going to open up. So that's why they talking about, what's her name? Deborah and Watchmen, tomorrow we can eat pigeons because this dietary law. That's all this sin transgression, all this judgment. You got these running around doing Passover, trying to eat lamb and all this crap, not even knowing Pesach is a judgment. The next day is a feast of unleavened bread, right? So again, they staying in identity flesh. The tree of life is literally Yah's will, his law, his order. Now, when you keep going, you go into your scripture, go on, start from Revelation, because Hebrew is written from right to left, right? So in your English Bible, start at Revelation and go backwards. Go from right to left. Don't stop don't stop at Corinth. Don't stop at First, Second Timothy. Don't stop at the book of Romans. Don't stop. Keep on going. Don't stop at the Pentateuch. Don't stop at Judges. Don't stop at Kings. Don't stop at, don't stop at Deuteronomy. That's where a lot of the Hebrews like to stop. The Israelites, they like to stop there, right there at Moses. Don't stop at Leviticus. Don't stop, Don't even stop at the prophets. Don't stop at Hosea. Don't stop at Isaiah. Don't stop at Yashaya, Hashaya, or Yashaya, right? Don't stop at none of them. Keep on going. Because guess what? Ain't none of them Yah. Do y'all understand? Those are children of the Most High, and they all didn't get it right. You see? Moses didn't get it right. Got killed before he made it into the world. They all, we're supposed to be children, not of Moses. I ain't the children, not just David, that's physical. Not just Abraham. Don't stop at Abraham. Don't stop at Jacob, Jacob. Don't stop at Isaac, Yitzhak. We might be physical descendants. We're children of who? The Most High. Keep on going. Keep walking your little natural branch or Gentile. Whatever. Keep walking your little butts. I don't care if you're black, white, red, yellow, whatever these races they name people. Keep on. Shalom, Yak Dylan. I'm about to answer your question in a second too. Keep walking on back. Because you need to go back to who, guys? The Father. Not your identity, not flesh. The end goal is to make it to salvation. And that's what? The kingdom of who? Yah. You got people trying to make it to the millennial reign of Mashiach. That ain't the end goal. Sorry, don't even stop at Jesus. All you Christians, Jesus. Don't stop at Jesus. You Hebrews, don't stop at Yahusha. Don't stop at Yahshua. Don't stop at Yahawashah. Don't stop at Yeshaya. I'm trying to think of all these little Hebrew. Yeshua, sorry, that's not even Hebrew. Definitely don't go there. That's Aramaic, Phoenicic, all that. But the Hebrews, whatever, Christians, whatever, don't stop at the Son of Yah. He's a pathway to the Father. You got to keep on going. And guess where you're going back to? When it was very good. When he created his original law. His will. Listen, if you keep on going back, you're going back to the tree of life. And he said you can eat from this tree, and it is very good. See, but when you stop at anything after Genesis 3 and 6, you're not at the tree of life. You're at the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So that means there's good knowledge there and evil knowledge there. There's trick knowledge there. There's transgression. There's parable, precept. There's allegories. There's what do Mashiach spoke in? Parables. That's what I said. Right? There is, right? Because that's when the second world was created. Now you got fallen angels and serpents. The dragon is there. It's another world. That ain't Yah's first estate. That ain't the tree of life. That's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That's why a lot of people will come in the chat, no disrespect to nobody, but as we go and they'll come with all this knowledge that they got from wherever, but they need it broken down and deciphered. But that's why that's why it's very wise and astute to make sure you know where you're at and learning from. where when you get a YouTube ministry, something, take your time, sit down, and start to observe and find out the election of that ministry to make sure that they really have a spirit, like their heart is circumcised spiritually, that they ain't in the flesh of the identity of their flesh, that they're hearing from the Holy Spirit, who is the great revelator that will reveal all things, not their own accord. You understand? Now, because there's things that can only be unlocked by the Holy Spirit, the Raya Kakadash. Okay, now, the tree of life is the will of Yah. Meaning, when Yah created us, when he created the earth and the expanse on Genesis on the first 2 pages, he told them what they are to do, what they are to eat, everything, what they are not to do. That's his law. Listen clearly. That is the tree of life, what he told them. And they can eat. Remember, the words that you hear are food. Be careful of what you digest. You are what you eat. He said they are to eat his will. His will is his law, meaning what he tells you to do, hear and do. He gave us what he wanted us to do. Right now, most of us, most of the world are in transgression of his law of the tree of life, because we want to worry about everything after Genesis 3 and 6. And these compromising laws for our sin and transgression of his grace, which is a covering, which if y'all knew the Hebrew, y'all will understand that's the tayat, right? And the semblance of the hayat, what they call a het and the tet. Ain't no het, tet, there ain't no Hebrew. That's what say ain't no way, ain't none of that Hebrew. But I'll be teaching y'all that very soon. It'll be coming this week. The Hebrew, the breakdown from the beginning of the original, so that you can understand what I'm talking about. That's grace. It ain't no it ain't what Roman Catholicism taught you that it was. It's actually a spirit, and it's a covering. Now, his grace, that covering, gave us extra laws that he's given us a grace period, because our free will, we can choose to come back to him, or we could choose to stay in these compromises of our flesh and our sin. So most of us in the world, we're actually not in with the tree, in eating from the tree of life, because we're too busy eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So you got good, right? You'll hear about God, you hear about Lord and Jesus, or you may hear about Yah, you might hear about Yahweh and all this stuff. You might hear about Yahshua, Yahusha, Yahasha, whatever, right? Somebody, Yeshua, right? You get pieces, but then you also got, it's the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. It's contorted, mixed. That ain't the tree of life. So most people are not eating from the tree of life. That's why the awakening is so confused and convoluted. That's why that's why they're so unstable, meaning nobody's clear. That's why some people will come in, they be like, this is this, and some people are like this, but I heard this, and I heard this, and I heard that. Yeah, you're going to hear it all, because it's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Until you circumcise your heart to the Father and come back to the tree of life, which is in the garden, the first estate, you won't hear clearly. You won't, because you're convoluted. First of all, your temple is defiled, because the tree of life, Yah, his will, told us not to defile the temple. He told us what to put in it. But what do? We don't care. We rather worry about the laws after the compromises, after the curse, Genesis 3 and 6, right? I can eat this, I can eat that, I can eat death. I can eat a dead thing to be in my temple, but I'm saying I'm the man, I'm a tree of life. Y'all see that? How can you be one with the tree of life when you got death in your belly right there? That ain't the tree of life. Literally, you can't eat from the tree of life when you're full of death. Dead things. Sorry. Miss me with his compromising law for our sin and transgression. Those who got the free will, the remnant, will choose the Father. But it's a journey. Tonight's lesson ain't about that. I don't want to convict people, but I want you to understand what the tree of life is. So I could clearly see when people are not eating from the tree of life, I can tell them that just 1 second, watching what they spit and how their aura, their energy, what comes from them, if they have the right. There's certain things, you're limited from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But that is still a path because there's good and evil there. Okay? But you're still not in the presence of Yah. You're in the presence of his Rayak. You might be in the presence of the Mashiach, who's the path to him. All right. So the tree of life is the will of the Father. Okay? All right? All right, so he gotta go. Y'all go. All right. So no disrespect, but he got his own. Shout out to the brother, but we can't have you putting all this stuff that we don't follow. We don't believe in this. You got your own doctrine. You probably should have your own YouTube channel so you could teach this, and you'll get some people who believe all that stuff, right? All right. So Revelation already came to pass because everybody always saw him on the iCloud because he. All right, yeah. So, all right, good. so I should have known anyway. Once he came with that Mason stuff, like once they come with all that witchcraft stuff, it's just like, you know. All right, so praise Yah, he's gone. All right, so let's continue. So guys, yes, that's the tree of life. The tree of life is the will of the Father. It's his word, his law. Now, I'm not talking about his compromises after Genesis 3 and 6. Open Genesis page 1 and read it. Read page 2 and then go to page 3, and you're going to see a second world created. And you're going to see cherubims. You're going to see seraphim stuff that's going to guard the way to the tree of life. Flaming sword. You're going to see you're blocked out unless you circumcise your heart. There's a thing you have to do. That's Hebrew concrete. You have to do a work. But he will send children, his elect children, that will teach you. That's who he sent Mashiach, his only Ya'ad son, the Messiah. He came to teach you how to get back, to bridge the relationship with the Father. And where do we come from? Mashiach said, greater works than these we shall do. Those who take the election to circumcise their heart, the spiritual children of Yah. That's why this is the house of Yah that you are at. Praise Yah, his holy name is rightful order. Hopefully that's a little breakdown of the tree of life. It's Yah's will. It's in the first 2 pages of Genesis. And there are what's-the-names blocking it. Trust me, you ain't just getting to him. First of all, you got to go through Mashiach. You got to get to Mashiach. Then you got to circumcise. There's a work you have to do. Don't listen to Roman Catholicism, Christianity tell you ain't no work, heed the blood. That's a lie like a fire. He ain't tell y'all that. He told y'all, he said faith without what is dead? Faith without works. So don't listen to these Roman Catholics, these the enslavers that taught our people that they were Christian, and Mashiach was never a Christian a day in his life. But they don't care, again. See? This is how you easily do. That's because that's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Those who have ears to hear, they hear and they do. They're not caught up in their fleshly, thing that they made an idol because I was once this Christian thing, now I've got allegiance to it. If this doggone scripture tell you this man was never a Christian, then what in the, I was about to say, what in the Hades am I calling this man a Christian when he was never a Christian? The enslavers called him that. Those who went to kill him and doing all. Are y'all crazy? Y'all been lost your mind, but they proud of it too. No disrespect to any of the Christian brothers and sisters. We all have to awaken at some point, but some will stay. See, they will choose the flesh. They refuse. They will stay in the flesh. So they will stay eating from the knowledge of the tree of good and evil while thinking they eating from the tree of life. You ain't doing Yah's will. Yah's will, the Most High, the Creator. Genesis, page 1 and 2, read it. Thank you. Then read page 3, Genesis 3 and 6, and you'll see the second world created. That's it. Bingo. All right. Hakyama, next question. Let me see. I'm trying to make these quick. That was a good one, so I had to be elaborate a little on that question. And I know this ain't got nothing to do with the thumbnail, but let me get to it. We've been teaching this this series of the ancient black nobility for weeks now. I gotta bring scripture. I gotta, there's still a ministry. All right. I'm gonna teach y'all history. Praise y'all. I'm gonna teach y'all our story, right? They can keep his story. I'm gonna teach y'all our story according to the Most High. But there's still a ministry. And I'm gonna be on this for a long time. Like I said, these things just keep revealing. All right. So could you read Wyatt's question? And try to make the rest of these kind of quick.
Wyatt Yasharal asks, is it lawful or unlawful for a child of the Most High Yah to wear silk clothing? I know that the ancient Hebrews wore silk clothing, but I also know they did a lot of things unlawfully, whether knowingly or unknowingly. So I'd rather ask you how the Ruach HaKodesh, the Ruach HaKodesh breaks it down, and what his instructions say in the name of the Most High Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. All right, thank you, young Wyatt. Yes, I think so. I guess so. I guess we can wear silks. Reason why I said yes, our ancestors wore silks. Nothing is being killed to create the silk clothing. You're not eating the silkworm. It's a byproduct of the silkworm, the clothing that's made from it. Okay, so no silkworm has to be killed, right? To what's the name, the silk clothing. Now, I don't know where they're getting their silk from now with our captivity or nothing, but our ancestors, they took the silkworm and did all that. Yeah, you're not eating it. Yes, you can wear silk. It's not that serious. Praise Yah. All right, go ahead. Next question. Yak Dylan. Shalom, Yakat Dylan.
The next question is from Yak Dylan. He said, how do we show proper respects unto Mashiach when it comes to prayer?
So, I don't have the fullness of what he's asking, but what I think he's asking, he said, how do we show proper respects unto the Messiah, Mashiach, the Mashiach, what they call Jesus, whatever, when it comes to prayer? I think, and he can write it in the chat if I'm wrong, I think he's asking, like, when let me make this smaller. I think he's asking about, like, when we say in the name, we pray in the name of Mashiach. So you can write me, young Dylan, if that's not what you were asking. And if that is what he was asking, I guess he'll write it. If that is what he was asking, the way that I do it is, as y'all see when I always pray, I say this prayer to you, Abba Yah, in the name of your only Ya'ad Son who comes in your holy name. So the scripture says we ought to say the prayers in the name of the Mashiach. But the name of the Mashiach is also the name of Yah, because his name means Yah is salvation. Yah saves. So his name is his purpose. His purpose is to lead us to salvation, lead us to the Father. So, all right. So the proper way that I do it, so that I don't glorify the Son over the Father, right? Which they teach in Roman Catholicism, and this Christianity taught us that, which is actually blasphemous, right? So they made the Son into the Father, right? They replaced the Father with his Son. And Mashiach never said do that, right? The Messiah, he never said. He always gave the glory to my Father who sent me. Okay? So now, so that I don't make that error and mistake, yes, Mashiach, Yahweh Shah came in his Father's name. Now, yeah, absolutely. So I always say I pray. I say this prayer to you, Abba Yah, in the name of your only Ya'ad Son who comes in your holy name. So that means I'm covering Mashiach. I'm giving respect to my king, my brother, my big bro, right? The only Ya'ad. He's special, though. He's special to Yah. He's the only Ya'ad Son. I broke that down, what that means in the Hebrew, where it's not begotten. That's a whole different thing in the Greek. But anyway, so that way I cover my king, but I also give the proper honor and respect to Yah what Mashiach said we are to do. He said, that's it. Thank you, Yah. I thought that's what you meant. So that's why you'll always hear me say our prayer like that. I say, Abba Yah, I say this prayer to you in the name of your only Yah's son who comes in your holy name. See? Or sometimes I even say his name. In the name of your only young son, Yahweh Shah, who comes in your holy name, because we are all called to come in the name of the Father. That's another one. When you know when a person is actually close to the tree of life or getting closer, because we are called to come in the name of our Father. Surname. They will surname themselves like Mashiach. And our name has to have a meaning. In the Hebrew, it has a meaning. It means something. Always meant something. All right. So, all right, praise Yah. All right, so I see somebody, y'all wrote something about the silk. They going in. There's also vegan silks from lotus flowers and other plants. Also, some labels will say vegan or plant-based. That's dope. Are they all truthful? I know we don't know nowadays, but Yah's grace and favor covers us for the things that we can't correct ourselves. Kayana said, I believe they actually are killed to make real silk, but most silk, unless you get the expensive stuff, is just made of other materials like cotton and such. Okay. Because I know, I don't know, I might be wrong, but I remember seeing old, really ancient videos years ago when the ancients were sitting down spinning the silk. They didn't kill the worms. They didn't kill the worms. They so because the worms can make more silk. They didn't kill. That was their livelihood. They keep them worms alive as long as they could. They took care of them worms because that's how they made their silk. So they spun their silk. They didn't kill it. I don't know what they're doing now. Y'all know. After the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they do anything, right? So praise Yah. All right. So we almost at the end of the questions. Could you read War Ready Servant of Yah's question, Hakiyama?
War Ready Servant of Yah asks, ain't the whole 613 mix up for women and men? So how one man keep it all?
So what War Ready Servant of Yah is asking, he said, ain't this whole 613 laws, that's this laws of Moses, that's this flesh stuff. When I said come back to the tree of life, don't stop at Moses, don't stop at those 613. This was compromising laws for our ancestors' transgression and sin. But those children with their free will would choose to leave the flesh and come back to the Father. I'm going to keep on going past 613. I need to get to the first page of Genesis, the Most High Law. I'm going back to the tree of life. Y'all can stay over there with the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. You see what happened to Moses with his 613 laws, where he end up at. You see? Did he make it into the promised land? No. So War Ready Servant of Yah, no disrespect to Masha. It just is what it is, right? It says, that's Moses in Hebrew, guys. War Ready Servant of Yah said, ain't the whole guys, for those who don't know, this 613 laws, this is the Mosaic laws that the Uish people like to keep because they don't want to keep the law of Yah, right? They don't like the Messiah, the Mashiach, because he said we is to be spiritual children of Yah now, not the law. They want to keep the law of the flesh. Those one and these Israelites, even the natural ones, they so-called black, they doing the same thing. They ain't nothing but Moses boys. They Moses children, right? Instead of Yah's child, they're not children of Yah, they're children of Moses. Masha, Israelite, identity, fleshly. That ain't Yah. This is actually a judgment, but they don't even know it because their temples ain't even purified. They don't even have the clarity, the raya to understand the judgment when it's in their face, right? So what War Ready Servant said, he said, ain't these 613 laws of Moses, ain't it mixed up? He said, ain't it for women and men? Yes, servant. And he said, so if the 613 are for men and women, then how can one man keep all 613? Exactly. See the confusion in that? That's a great, actually, a point to bring out War Ready Servant of Yah. It's like And these foolish Israel thinking they keep, you ain't keep. And what the Mashiach said, if you don't keep one, you don't keep them all, you ain't keeping none. So knock it off. Ain't supposed to keep them. Yah made them impossible to keep. That's why I said they don't know a judgment when it's in their face because they don't know Yah. They really don't know the personality of Yah. It's a judgment. They run around here. We can eat pigeon now. We can eat this and we can do that. There's all this wicked stuff. You can't keep them. It wasn't designed for you to keep them because he don't want you to keep them. He wants you to choose him. He wants you to come back to the tree of life. His laws. 6. Go to Genesis, the first page, first and second page. Read it. You're welcome. And then read the third page. Don't stop because I want you to see the new world. I want you to see the knowledge of tree and good and evil, what our ancestors chose with their free will, Adam and Eve, and what happened after that. That's when you get these 630. That's when you get all this crap. That's when he told Noah the animals will fear you, dread you, because you're going to be trying to kill them and eat them. But they want to say, oh, he said that Moses can eat them. Noah can eat them. He said they will eat them. He didn't tell them to eat them. He spoke what they would be doing. He said what the animals would be scared of them and fearful of them and all of it because of it. See, but most people don't have the ion to read the scripture correctly. Shout out to the house of Yah. All right. Great question, war ready servant of Yah. All right. Now let's go. Next question from Diana. Psalms for you.
Diana asks, Uncle Yeshua, how are the indigenous parts of Israel, Yasharel, if they're in the Americas? Because I have Hebrew friends, and they said that our descendants are definitely black, and that their slavery was in the 1400s.
Okay, she said different blacks. All right, so she wrote Psalms for you. She said, Uncle Yah, I like that. That's pretty dope. She just said my name short, right? I come in my father's name, so that's why it's okay to say that, right? Just like Mashiach, all right? Just like we all supposed to. That's why y'all see all these Hebrew names on the screen. They come in the name of their father. Don't you come in your name of your father, your dad? Didn't you get your dad's last name? Ain't your last name Anderson or Jackson or Jacobson or something, right? See how foolish this is? All right, but anyway, this ain't about that. So she said, Uncle Yah, how are the indigenous part of Israel? How are the indigenous? Okay, she's saying, how are the Native Americans that are indigenous to America, the Indians? And I know it's her election. She ain't talking about the Mongoloid ones. She's talking about the original Native Americans when they got here, the Black Indians, the original ones, before the Mongoloid mix and stuff. So she said, how are the indigenous Indians how are they Israelites if they were in the Americas? She said, because I have Hebrew friends and they said that our descendants are different blacks and that their slavery was in the 1400s. All right, let me explain. That's I'm glad this is going into our lesson tonight, because I'm going to show y'all tonight, because Linda Llewellyn got a question. Oh, I didn't write it, but I'll read it. I meant to send it to you, Hakyama. Linda Llewellyn got a question of how did the Israelites get into Europe then to become the Jacobites? How was that when we're supposed to be cursed? I'm going to show y'all how we got, into Europe. Tonight, we're going to also show y'all how we got into America. I'm going to show y'all, Taj, you're going to like this one. I'm going to show y'all tonight that these ancient writers, now this writer he's not pro-black. He's not saying that the Israelites were black. He's trying to say they were white. So again, this ain't biased, but watch, it's going to be good tonight. So remember, these writers didn't like us. Okay? These books, these weren't black people no. Now listen, but in them trying to whitewash, they expose the real truth. This book I'm going to open in a second, explains that the tribe of Dan was all through Europe and all through America. He literally calls it, oh, it's going down. We got some good stuff coming tonight. All right, now listen. Now, Dan, the Danite tribe, everyone, is the tribe that was the most unlawful of all the 12 tribes, the Jacob's 12 sons, our ancestors. The Danites were so unlawful that they got cast out, meaning the Most High wrote that he doesn't see them as like his chosen line anymore, because Dan diluted and polluted their lineage worse than even Esau almost. You see? Just as bad as Esau. Dan became so wicked that they got named the serpent. I'm going to show y'all, maybe tonight, but I'm going to show y'all, if not tonight, it'll come out, where guess who the Ashkenaz, the Khazars, guess where they learned to make their Judah. Remember, okay, in the scriptures and in the history, it says the Khazars converted. They chose between the Muslims, the Israelites, the Christians, and they chose which ones that they was going to assume the identity of, these Khazars, these Ashkenaz, right? This is how they converted. Now, they go war ready. Now, guess who, in order for them, these Khazars, the Khazarians, and I remember they were in this Europe. Oh, it's going down tonight. I got a good one tonight. These Khazars, that's Europe. And this is during the Dark Ages. Watch this. Understand, this is during, all right, middle century or whatever. 400s, 300s, 700s stuff, right? Now, these Khazars, Ashkenaz, these Khazar, they, in order for them to choose to convert to become Yasharalite, now they chose Judah, but they didn't learn the customs of the Israelites from the tribe of Judah. Guess who they learned it from? Dan. Dan was in their land, and Dan is unlawful. Dan assumes, listen clearly, listen to this, Taj. Dan got named the serpent tribe because Dan would come amongst a village or a people or a country, a city, conquer the city, steal the city's identity, and take their culture, language. Dan, to the point where the Most High cast Dan away. The Khazars learn from Dan. And what did the Khazars start to name themselves? The serpent people. They learned the I'm going to show y'all in the book. We about to show y'all in a second. We got a book. I got some stuff, Taj. Dan, the Khazars learned the customs of the Israelites from Dan's unlawful butt. Dan taught them everything, and they lived amongst Dan, and they converted. And then they chose out of all the 12 tribes to take the identity of Judah because they learned the customs, and that's where they created this Judaism stuff. That's where they get Ish. But they chose Judah, Ya'ada, as the tribe because they know that was the king and the priest. That was the chosen tribe. They wasn't going to choose Dan because they smarter than that. They know Dan, we ain't choosing y'all. Y'all the wicked tribe. Y'all getting cast away. We going to choose the one who will be the ones all the way till the end so that we can get the blessing. We can have the whole world worship us. But they use the tactics of Dan, the serpent. Okay? Now, Dan went everywhere. You think Esau was a rolling stone. Esau ain't got nothing on Dan. Guess what? Dan mixes seed with Esau too. Esau was wise enough to get with Dan because Dan was no joke. Dan was one of the strongest tribes too because they were like what word you gonna call that? They were like not feel heartless. They like had no barometer. They wouldn't stop. Dan was nasty. All right. Now let me get back to a question. Dan was all in every land. Now listen clearly. Judah, what I learned that what our people already had. No, we didn't have Judaism war ready to conquer. Judaism is not ours. All right. Judaism is a creation. Our answer, we had nothing no Judaism. We were the tribe of Judah and we had the Torah. There was no Judaism, none of that stuff. Ya'ada, we're the tribe of Ya'ada, and there was no Ya'ada-isms. See? All right. So anyway, let me stay back. Let me stay on topic. All right. So now, Dan, guys, the tribe of Dan, the tribe of Ya'ada, what we call Judah, Judah did not go all through, yes, it's a man-made religion. Thank you, now y'all. It did not go through all. Judah got dispersed to the four corners of the planet Earth. There's a difference. Dan practically migrated to the four corners of the planet Earth. Almost. Judah didn't. Now, Judah did have migrations. We're going to explain in a second. I'm going to answer Linda Llewellyn's question when we get there. Judah did migrate into a small amount, into different places, but Judah mostly got sent through slavery, captivity into these places. Europe, Spain, Portugal. That's Europe. Europe. All right? All right? Now, what for Danya Allah's question, Psalms for you, what she needs, what those Hebrew friends you're talking about, they don't understand that those original indigenous natives, the first ones here, remember, they got wiped, curses. Remember, I'm gonna always tell you, you're gonna always know them by the prophecy, the curses, that they'll get wiped, their identity will try to get stolen, wiped away from history, all of it. The prophecy is gonna always show you who are one of the tribes because the curses will pursue them. It will never fail. Now, those indigenous ones, natives, are almost holy Dan, the tribe of Dan. Almost holy, but not all. Some of them are also Gad, Manasseh. I'm gonna explain. When we open this book, because the other the 10 tribes, they were traveling. They were migrating. There was a time of nomadic migrations. Judah kind of stayed in place for the most part. Judah didn't migrate as far as the others. Judah got sent by slave ships to their places, okay? All the way to the four corners. Only Judah is on the four corners of the planet Earth. None of the other 12 tribes. Dan almost did. And Esau is almost all over the four corners too. All right? Now, anyway. So she said, how are the indigenous, they're the tribe of Dan, and they're some of the northern kingdom, mostly Dan. And look, if you look at the indigenous customs, they are Dan like a mirror. Dan had the worship of many gods, the trees, the leaves, the wolf, the bear, Dan made everything into a god. And Dan mixed his seed. Dan became Sumerian, Phoenician, Egyptian. Dan was nasty. Okay? Now, I'm gonna show y'all in the book. But Europe was full of Dan. Dan, okay, so when they talking about in these books where we're gonna read and stuff as we go through the series, they're gonna talk about there was warring factions against the Moors, the Hebrews, Iberians, all these different things, Samaritans, y'all know this shit. We're gonna get there in the books, right? Dan was running all through. Dan was there before everyone else. So when our other ancestors started going to Europe, Dan was already there slaughtering and just, Dan was nasty, but Dan is a nasty but nasty. Okay? And they didn't care if you were black, Israelite, or nothing. They was coming to conquer, take your land, take your identity, slaughter, and everything. So the Moors was going to war with them. The other us was going to war with them. The white people who were there in Europe from the caves, the Caucasus and all that stuff and all that, because Dan was in the caves too. Let me explain. We're going to get there. Well, I'm going to get there. Dan was in the cave. Dan was Dan also became what they call them, them cave dwellers, Neanderthal type mixing, because Dan, like Esau, mixed his seed with Neanderthal and all this. So that's where you get those ancient Neanderthal. Remember my lesson I showed y'all, those black Neanderthals, right? All right, now, Dan, I don't want to be distracted. I want to see his, write his question down. Write their questions down, daughters of y'all. All right. I don't want to be distracted. So Dan, okay, so, and I'm gonna get there in the book. We're gonna show you the book. I'm talking now, but I'm about to show y'all what I'm talking about in the ancient book that we didn't write. And the person who wrote it don't like us. Okay. Dan, in ancient Europe, Dan was the one that even the Romans, because a lot of the original Romans were the black Romans. Dan was the ones going to war, killing the Romans, running Byzantine. Dan is a hot mess. Now, I'm going to show y'all in the book. The land that they call Denmark was actually Denmark. And the name Denmark, because Den is Don, I'm going to show y'all in the book. That's actually mean the mark of Dan. That was his stronghold. The Danish were actually tribe of Dan. We're going to go there. They call them the Black Danes. And when we went to the other books, watch, remember, so all the other stuff, when we was opening other books, you're going to see remember the other book we read when they said that they had marks on their face and the women were this and they were scared of them and they were short and they were like tribal and they was the black Vikings. These are Dans. Yeah, the Black Dons. Yes, aka the Vikings. Facts. Now, we became Danish too. We're going to show you in the books. So now remember, Welsh, so they mixed. We were intermixing, interbreeding was very prominent. All right. Now, okay. So I'm bringing that out in the book. I ain't just speaking. I'm going to show y'all in the book. That's on page 27. I already got it written down. I'm going to show y'all a book in a second. All right. So now her question, she said, how are the indigenous part of Israelites if they were in the Americas? Because I have Hebrew friends, they said our descendants are different blacks. Yes, and that their slave was in the 1400s. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. If the natives, because remember, there's a sub-Saharan slavery. There's all these different slaveries. So don't get caught up on this. The America saying the 1600 slave trade started in 1560 and it ended. Who cares about history? Here's their story, because they mix and mingle the stories. Okay, so now they the original natives here were mostly tribe of Dan, also mixed in. And yes, we are all different blacks. You got some of Ham was here. Okay, understand, before the Native Americans, which I was going to bring out, but I can't because it's too much. I tried to open up a thing, but I lost the tab. I'll bring it next week. All right. Last week when I showed the Olmec heads, those big heads, remember last week's thumbnail, the Olmecs, the civilization? That was here before what you call the Natives Americans. That, and they weren't. That wasn't Dan. I don't think. No. I'm sorry. I don't want to speak on my own accord. I rebuke that. I don't know. I don't even know if Rock is telling me. I don't know if they were Dan or not. But they were here before what you call those Native American Indians. That's the different. You can see they look different, everything built different. They were Hebrew. They were here before that. That's where the Mayans and the Aztecs and the Incas and stuff get their civilizations from. And they made those big head statues all in the ground, what I showed last week. All right. So now let's get started. Okay, so the last question was Brother Joseph Robinson, and I answered him last week. He says, were the Olmecs Hamites? No, they weren't. They were actually Israelites. And I'll show Brother Joseph for next week on Friday. I'll show my Olmec breakdown. Powerful, but I was going to do it tonight, but they closed my tab and I was rushing. I was like, whatever, I got too much anyway. If I open that up, they got a lot of ads and slow down. So I'll do it next week. All right, so that's the questions out the way. And then I got Eclipse, Yana's email, the Tree of Life, the Revelation script for the Tree of Life. Okay, there's a scripture I think Zayana sent me about Revelation, and it fit in with the Tree of Life breakdown. Let me see. I don't want to miss it. Let me see. She put Revelation 3:21. To him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame and am set down with my Father in his throne. Now listen, Revelation 3:21. To him that overcometh. Well, this is the Messiah. This is Yahweh Shah, what they call Jesus. He says, to him that overcometh will I grant to sit down with me in my throne. So to us that overcome, what? Our flesh. That overcome, that come back to Yah. He says, to him that overcometh, the Mashiach will grant us to sit with him in his throne. That's in the Shamayam, in Yah's kingdom, not the Shamayam, in Yah's kingdom. He has a throne. Then he says, even as I also overcame. So he overcame too. And he came to show us how to overcome. Listen clearly. So he said, even as I also overcame, and I sat down with my Father in his throne. That stops all, again, the foolishness of them always trying to make the Messiah the Father. He said, to us who overcome sin, transgression, flesh, will he's going to grant us to sit with him in his throne. So that means we're going to sit with Mashiach in his throne. And then he said, even as he overcame, he did it, and he sat down with the Father in his throne. So that means this is the precept of I and you and us, all us and the Father, ahad, one with the Father. And Roman Catholicism try to make you think he's saying he is the Father. No, we're called to be one with the Father. So Mashiach said he overcame, and so he's sitting. Listen, he said if we overcome, we get to sit with him in his throne, one with Mashiach, as he sits in the Father's throne. His Father's throne. So that means we all are one in his throne, in the Father's throne. That's the whole precept of I and my Father are one. I and us are one inside. Me and you, us and them, us and the Father, ahad, one. Praise Yah. Overcome. All right. We are called to be overcomers. All right. Now, that's the scripture. That's all that for tonight. Now let's get to the thumbnail and the teacher. Go ahead. Akiyama.
Didn't you say you had one more that you didn't type to me?
Oh, that's Sister Linda Llewellyn. Thank you. Let me find it. She wrote it as a comment. So Let me find it. Thank you, Kakiyama. I would have definitely forgot it. Because and that's the comment that leads to what we about to bring out. So that's the perfect transition. So I go to my notifications, and I think it's this last one we just did, and then it should pop up. Where's she at? No, it wasn't this. Yep, there she go. Yes. So she said, Shalom, Sister Linda Llewellyn. She said, Unc, thank you for this beautiful piece of work. She's talking about our last lesson on the kings, and I showed all the images of the statues and stuff. She said, can you connect the timeline from 70 AD? 70 AD is where Jerusalem got sacked by, I think it was Cyrus and Cyrus and whatever. Y'all know who that is. Those who know. Sorry. I got so much information in my head. Y'all can write it in the chat. So 70 AD is the sacking of Jerusalem, where the Mashiach said, no stone will be left unturned. It will be burnt down. He literally said, no stone will be left unturned. So now you got these foolish people over there in that land over there talking about they over there humping that wall. Y'all know what they're talking about. They got those hats on their head. They over there having sex with this wall going like this, right? Right? Everybody got these presidents going over there. Everybody praising this wall. That wall ain't got nothing to do with Jerusalem. Mashiach said not one stone will be left unturned. They talking about this wall is left over from Jerusalem. See, these are lie, lake of fire. All right? Got a sister, this Christian sister back. Y'all learned that story in the 25 to Life. She sent me a video years ago talking about she made it. She in Jerusalem, and she got this wall touching her. I sent her back. I said, I'm sorry to bust your bubble, but that wall ain't got nothing to do with no damn doggone ancient Jerusalem. You spent all your money for nothing. You need to go into the deserts over there and dig. The city of David is out there in the desert, just so you know. Right? But anyway, so that's the 70 AD. It's the great where this is 70 AD was like the big one where our wicked ancestors, this is the tribe of Judah, got sent into slavery again. They was eating it was bad. This is where you get the Messiah saying about woe to those who don't prepare when the coming collapse and stuff, because 70 AD was really bad. And some didn't hearken and listen. Some of our ancestors got out of Jerusalem before 70 AD. Listen clearly. Some of our ancestors didn't get caught in 70 AD because they hearkened. Listen, guys, our ancestors got a warning in 70 AD in Jerusalem. They got a warning, but most didn't listen. Hard-headed, stiff-necked, stubborn, hard and rebellious. And the Romans starved them out, and they to the point where they were eating their children to survive. Yes. But some of them escaped to the mountains. They went into Africa. Listen clearly. Some of them went into Africa. That's where you get the Igbo and all that. That's where you get these certain parts. They went to the interior of Africa. Just Jerusalem is in Africa. So let me explain that. They ain't no Middle East. Stop. That's foolish. Don't listen to these fools. It's Northeast Africa. They went into the interior of Africa, like they used to run into Northeast Egypt and everything. They went into the interior, the Congo and stuff like that. And Ethiopia, they went. So some of them escaped into the mountains of Africa. Some of them went the other way into Europe. Listen, Sister Linda Llewellyn. They didn't all get caught. Some of them escaped into different parts of Europe and the world. Okay? All right, that's some of our answers. So she said, can you connect the timeline from 70 AD to the Dark Ages? She said, if we were dispersed under the curses, how did we become these prominent people during the Dark Ages? Great question. We're going to tie this down. This disbursement, those that were dispersed on slave ships were dispersed. Everything is not in one barrel, meaning even in Spain and Portugal, when when the Portuguese king, when the Spanish, I forgot his name and his wicked wife, when they declared war on our ancestors, the Israelites in Spain, and on the Moors, and the Moors converted to Catholicism and stuff for that, a lot of the Moors, then they pushed us into Portugal. And then when the Portugal king, when Spain gave an edict, and we got the books for this, about you either have to leave, they gave us some of the option to leave, and they gave and they gave us a time frame. If you don't leave by this time frame, we will enslave you. We will send you we'll send most into Portugal. So some got to leave, guys. And where did they go? Into Europe. See, so this can't be, and I'm gonna get to the books in a second. This can't be whittled down to just one group. Okay, we want slave ships. How do we get dispersed? There's different dispersions. You got the Assyrian king. That's gonna come out in the book, where he sent our ancestors, the Israelites that was slaves in Syria, he sent them to Spain. He sent shiploads of this prisoners to Spain. Okay, you have Persian, Darius in them. You have all of these different captivities. They were sending our ancestors to Europe. Do y'all understand? Now listen clearly, everyone, and we're gonna show y'all in the books. They were sending Assyrian, our ancestors, because they thought this Europe was a wilderness. They were sent there to die, to be eaten by animals, rhinoceroses and stuff, all these crazy indigenous animals to the Americas, to Europe and the Americas. They were sent there to fend, because they were overpopulated. They was just send them and drop them off, like the Portuguese did when they sent them to the west coast of Africa, Loango coast. They sent all these kids, these children, and left them there. And like 80% of the Hebrew black children that got sent from Portugal to the Loango coast and the west coast of Africa got eaten by the African animals. Almost like 80%. The others that escaped into the jungles and was able to survive, they started forming communities and camps. Okay, so yes, most stayed and converted. Some. So most of the Moors converted. So now I want you to understand that these were just, now they've got those who got dispersed by slave ships across the four corners, but this was before. This stuff been going on way back through all the Assyrian captivity, Babylonian captivity, Persian captivity, all these captivities. They were sending our ancestors into these lands just to drop them off in the jungle. And we survived. Yes, Ferdinand and Isabel, yes. And we survived. And we thrive because we are survivors. Y'all know, black people, so-called. Y'all know Hebrews, we like roaches. You drop us off, we will survive. A lot of us we're killed off, but we will survive, and then we will do what? Thrive. Listen, Sister Linda Llewellyn. We will survive, and we will also thrive. There's one thing, you can't stop the thriving. Let me give you a clear example. Us who got sent over in the transatlantic slave trade, either from Africa or from Europe, in the Europe slave trade of Cromwell, where we're going to show y'all tonight in the books, right? However we got to America, what happened to us through slavery? It wasn't the curses? But listen, Sister Linda, didn't some of us thrive? What did we become? Celebrities. You even got billionaire, Kanye, and you got Jay-Z, and but are they still cursed? Yes. They will answer for that. They can't escape the curses. What do? The reason why they're thriving is because they're outside of the transgression. Some of them sold their soul to the serpent, but they're going to answer for it. So some of our ancestors However, they got dispersed into Europe. We're gonna show y'all some tonight. Some of them became a royal bloodline, the Jacobite line. Jacob is Israel. I'm gonna show y'all in the book that this person in the book literally calls them Israelites. We're gonna show y'all that in a second. Okay? So, but the curses will pursue them. So even though they came these prominent people, Sister Linda, they became kings and had kingdoms and monarchs. They had to worry about Dan, the tribe of Dan. They had to worry about those wild Englishmen, the white ones. They had to worry about the Egyptians that came over, the Ethiopian Cushites and all these. They had to worry about black Vikings. And they was going, and to the point where they actually what? Got enslaved and sent to America. That's actually our ancestors. So yes, she said, can you connect the timeline from 70 AD to the Dark Ages? Okay, so I just connected 70 AD because some of them, now 70 AD is a small connection of those who came to Europe. Some of them, that's a small, some went into Africa, they went into different, they dispersed, migrated. Those who escaped 70 AD, okay? The ones who listened to the warning and got out before the lock-in of 70 AD, the collapse of Jerusalem. That's a small percentage who went into Europe. Bigger percentage who went into Europe way before that was through Persia and Assyria captivity and all that. Another dispersion was those who just migrated. We were nomadic. These are the northern kingdom. I'm going to show y'all a book right now where this brother in this book, he ain't a black person. He said that the northern kingdom came to Europe back in, I think he's saying 300s and all that. And he's telling what tribes they from. All right, we're about to show y'all in a second. We're going to open the book together. All right. So there's almost all 12 tribes were through Europe. Now, Judah didn't disperse itself too far, but they did go into Europe and stuff, but small factions. But we got dispersed through the Assyrian captivity and all these other captivities pushed into Spain and Portugal and Europe. That is Europe and all that. All right. So now, all right. So, and we'll be showing in other books the full dispersion of how so many blacks were in Europe. Let me show y'all this. Should I wait for the book? No, I ain't gonna wait for the book. Let me show y'all a receipt right now. Look at this. Shout out to the European people. Shout out to the European people who are keeping the history factual. Y'all want to see a receipt? Watch this. Watch this, Taj. Present, share screen. This is an article from the Irish Post. This ain't American. These are the Irish. Y'all see what that title says? The ancient Irish people were black with blue eyes. Oh yeah, it's going down. It's going down tonight. The Irish Post. I ain't say this. I ain't from. Well, I could be. My ancestors could have came from Ireland. Okay. All right. Scientists in the documentary used modern forensic techniques to explore Ireland's past, and they found evidence that black people lived here around 10,000 years ago. It's understood that the evidence was found in the Cold Clare region, but there's nothing says that they didn't stress throughout the whole entire island. The documentary says these inhabitants gathered shellfish and hazelnuts and hunted wild boar. They lived typically in around the cliffs and on the edge of the sea and likely slept in caves. Yeah, they did. Oh, we're going to show you in the ancient books where y'all thought only some of the white people were in caves. Wrong, wrong, wrong. They had some nice caves too. They had entrances to their caves and stuff, crazy stuff. We're going to bring the receipts. Okay. It is thought that around 4,000 years ago, these inhabitants were displaced by farmers who moved in and eventually established the modern Irish gene pool as we know it today. Listen, the evidence follows on from the discovery made by the Natural History Museum in London, England, that Cheddar Man, for those who heard of Cheddar Man, a Mesotheistic skeleton that was found in a cave in the southwest of England in 1903, had dark to black skin with blue eyes and curly hair. So they remade this bust of Cheddar Man. They tried to make his hair too straight. That ain't curly, that looks straight, right? But this is a bust of what they found in the caves in England. This is an ancient, now listen guys, this is the Natural History Museum in London, England. This Mesolithic skeleton, Cheddar Man, black skin, blue eyes. Remember last week when some of the brothers was like, sisters like, but ain't the blue, why we want blue? Guys, I tell you, everything comes, all of the genetics come from the original. Let me get there in a second. The Cheddar Man. Black skin, blue eyes, and it said curly hair, but they put straight hair on this bust. Of course they do, right? They just can't keep it. They never can keep it to the true description of what they found. We think the ancient Irish would be similar to Cheddar Man, said Dan Bradley, professor of genetics population at Trinity College in Dublin. The current very light skin that we have in Ireland now is at the end point of thousands of years of surviving in a climate where there's very little. They did not adapt from no climate and vitamin D. We don't, sorry, that ain't climatic. There's a mixture of the people. The reason why you got the modern Irish who are more fair skinned, I'm going to show you in the books, because our people always mixed with, we mixed. The genetics, the genomes mixed and got lighter and lighter. Ain't no doggone sun. All right. All right. So look, it's estimated that around 30,000 to 40,000 people lived on the island of Ireland back then. It's likely that every Irish person is descended from those individuals in one way or another. Listen clearly. This is the Black Irish. Did the Irish Post say this? Okay, whatever. Who cares about the Irish Post? Show me another one. Okay. Let's go to the Irish Times newspaper in Ireland. Early Irish people were dark-skinned with blue eyes. Hunter-gatherer population inhabited Ireland before being replaced by the early farmers. Look at that. Techniques normally used in forensic criminal investigations have revealed surprising details about prehistoric Irish people. Oh, we weren't in Europe? We weren't? Look, prehistoric Irish people were dark-skinned and had blue eyes. The hunter-gatherer population that lived in Ireland 10,000 years ago do not have any of the pigmentation profiles associated with light skin. They inhabited Ireland, the island, for 4,000 years before being replaced by the farmers. Look, he got blue eyes and locks. Do y'all see this image of him with locks? Yeah, Taj, I ain't playing. Tell you, I ain't playing with these iggers. I don't care if they're white iggers, black iggers, red iggers, or yellow iggers. I ain't playing. The Irish Times said the Irish people were dark-skinned with blue eyes. You heard? I ain't playing. Hold on. The Irish Post said ancient Irish people were black with blue eyes. I showed y'all, I ain't playing now, y'all. I showed y'all last week. I showed y'all, present, share screen, window. I came to play today. I showed y'all this little pretty little baby boy. Black with blue eyes. Okay? Stop, Joseph. Stop it. Y'all tame Joseph. I didn't know he was here. He been quiet. He quiet until he got sprayed. Stop with the white people. You can't stop. Brother Joseph, start saying the white serpent seed people, because you can't lump because you're gonna get yourself hurt and spiritually judged, Brother Joseph, because there are righteous black people, righteous white people. They are righteous and unrighteous of all. So stop lumping all the white people with that. Say serpent seed white people. I like to say they got tall whites, they got serpent seed black people. So just be careful, brother Judge. You're gonna get yourself in some spiritual trouble. For real, for real. Just listen to Unc. I'm giving you a spiritual warning. So but I understand your trauma, but you gotta speak very wisely, brother Joseph. All right, so now because I got shout out to my brothers and sisters. I got some what you would call white brothers and sisters in this ministry. They are my family. All right. Shout out to those. Shout out to John Brown. Shout out to all those Quakers and stuff who helped us out of slavery, got killed, got their generations wiped out because they cleaved to the house of Yahshua. All right. So now, you see this? Remember I showed it last week? All right. Now, I ain't playing. I tell y'all, the Most High, he is not playing with us. All right. He ain't playing with these people. He's going to bring our history out. Our history is coming out, and they could come with their lies. I'm going to show y'all one more thing because I want to show y'all this again because I'm about to show y'all something. Watch this. What the Irish Post said, ancient Irish people were black with blue eyes. Okay. So the Irish Post said it. Hold on. Share this tab. And the Irish Times said it. Irish people were dark skinned with blue eyes, and they showing black people, right? Hold on. The Irish Post showed our boy Cheddar Man. The History Museum in London, they found a skeleton in the cave in the southwest of England and said this is what the ancient English and Ireland stuff looked like. Black with blue eyes. They said curly hair, and they put some white straight hair on them, but whatever. Let's just give them that. Dark to black skin with blue eyes and curly hair. That's Cheddar Man, what they found. Right? And they said the ancient Irish were, I only said this Irish Post and the Irish Times. These people in Ireland, I ain't never been to Ireland, unless my ancestors came from there, I don't know. Ancient Irish people were black with blue eyes, right? Now my mama had green eyes. She didn't give it to me. She stole, she cheated me on my, now again, all this stuff come from us. Now, Irish Post said it, the Irish Times said it. Watch this. Watch this. Where we at? Hit. Is it this one? I'm getting playing. We ain't playing today. Watch this. Where you at? That ain't you. Where you at? There we go. Watch this. Share this tab instead. This is the book. Hold on. Let me zoom in. We ain't playing today. See, y'all think I'm playing when I be showing y'all these receipts. We ain't playing. They come here with this foolish stuff thinking we tripping when you got these people over there in Ireland telling you. Look, in concluding our chapter on the Irish and the Barbados, we had occasion to refer in passing to the Buccaneers. I broke down last week about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll get there. In the time of peace between England and Spain, Oliver Cromwell, that's the one who sent our ancestors from England. These are the kings, the nobility, to Barbados, to the Caribbean, to America in slavery. Look. All right, so he said Cromwell secretly prepared a naval and military force and sent it out to gain an interest. This book is called From Whence the Black Irish of Jamaica in 1932. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Bingo. See these little black boys? Hold on, let me make it bigger. We ain't playing. This little boy, last name is Collins, Irish. This little boy, last name is O'Hare. He's from Ireland. This little boy, last name is McCormack. He's from Ireland. This little boy, last name Kennedy, from Ireland. They are in Jamaica plantation, sent from Ireland as slaves. Standing. Collins, Walsh, McKeon, McKeon. Hold on. Collins, Walsh, McKeon, McDermott, Burke, and Mackey. Like the book John Mackey. We read some of this book. We're going to read a little bit tonight. I just wanted to show y'all that because these are the Ireland. These are Irish. We thought we got these last names from the slave master. They were sent there from Ireland by slave ship from Cromwell to Jamaica on the plantation with these last names. You heard? Yeah, we ain't playing. We're not playing. Look, 2 troops of horse, I suppose above 3,000. The expedition with Admiral at Barbados, between 3,000 and 4,000 men were raised. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. All right, this is, hold on. I got another one. Hold on. Let's do it while we on this Irish thing. Is it this one? No, let me do it while we here. We'll get back to the Buccaneers. That's where they get the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from. We'll break that. We broke it down one time, but we'll break it down another time. All right, let me show y'all this one. Watch this. This is from the book, Whence the Black Irish of Jamaica. Oh, that ain't mine. All right, let me show you the book anyway, for those who wasn't there on that other study. Look what this says. The typical, hold on, first of all, let me show you the picture, the image of the book. The typical of the Black Irish in Jamaica. That dude. This is the book. I know we read some of this before, but everybody ain't here. The Black Irish of Jamaica by Joseph J. Williams, Ph.D., Fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, Fellow of the Royal Geographical American Geographical Society, Honorary Member of the Society of Academic International in Paris, Member of the International Institute of African, oh, it goes on, his critique. Y'all know they want they, look, all right? That's the book. And then they said that the people in the bush, forget the ones who came over by the slave ship of Africa, they said the people in the bush had these names of Kennedy, Collins, McCormick, O'Hare. He said, but they had the appearance of full-blood Negroes, okay? And they have any indiffusion of Caucasian blood. And then later he said they found out none of these were slave masters had these names that had no, okay? And the most frequent was Burke. All right. Now, I wanted to show y'all, hopefully I got it. Oh, man. Maybe it's another book. Let me see. Is it this one? Dad, why does my thing keep refreshing? It ain't that one. I'm going to come back to that one. I did one where it was a footnote. I want y'all. Oh, I think I took a screenshot. That's what I did. Uncle ain't playing. I took a screenshot. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, y'all. Thank you, Father. Watch this. Present, and then we're going to get to the good stuff. Let me stop sharing. I just want to show receipts because we just showed where these Irish Post and the Irish Times said the blacks of Ireland were black with blue eyes. All right? Share. Hold on. Share screen. Share window. It's this one. Share. All right, let me see if y'all can see it. Yep. I'm going to make it a little bigger. This is the same book. Whence the Black Irish of Jamaica by Joseph J. Williams. He ain't no white man. Ph.D. and all that. 1932. Yasha, could you help me read this? The footnotes. This is on page. I'll give y'all that another time. I don't think y'all should hear it.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
All right.
I was waiting for you to.
All right. Is he louder than me or are we the same level? We good?
Check.
I think he might be a little louder, but it's
good. It's okay. Let me turn him down on my headphones. He came in blazing. Go ahead, Yasha.
Okay. Short political discourse showing that Cromwell's maladministration during his 4 years and 9 months pretended protectorship, laid in the foundation of our present condition in the decay of trade.
Pause. Let me break down what this footnote is writing. It's a short political discourse showing that Oliver Cromwell, that's the one who's responsible of sending, my thumbnail, sending the kings, the Jacobite line of Europe into slavery, into America, into Barbados, into Caribbean, Barbados, most notably Barbados, Antigua, and Jamaica, and back into Africa, All right? Now, it says Oliver Cromwell's maladministration, meaning foul administration, during his 4 years and 9 months that he was supposed to be the protectorship of the English colony, the white English. Y'all gonna learn that when we break down Cromwell. It says he laid the foundation of our present condition in the decay of trade, of the decaying of trade. He's saying the way what Oliver Cromwell did by enslaving our ancestors of Europe, the Stuarts and the royals. He was for the parliaments. We'll get there. The royals, what they call them, the royals, the royal family, the royals, what they call royalists. Anybody who fought with the Jacobites, the Israelites, King James and them were royalists. And they said because of what he did, the trade, which all nations were commenced in trading, now they start trading slaves because of what Cromwell did, right? And in this part of, on another level, what Cromwell did. Because they already had a slave trade going on from Africa, but that was separate from this European slave trade. He's talking about this European slave trade that happened. All right. And that was from when it was called When the Church in Great Britain, page 1. No, this is called, this quote is, that one was from when, that one's from When the Church in Great Britain, page 152. Okay, that's the name of that. Let me make it bigger so y'all can see it at home. When the Church in Great Britain, 152. All right, here we go. Yasha, could you read? This one is from Sloan, MS 3926 in the British Museum. Is Henry Whistler's Journal of the West India Expedition, 1654 through 1655. This is this book in the British Museum. This is the Journal to the West Indies Expedition, 1654 to 1655. Receipts. Yasha, could you read from Whistler himself?
Yes. Whistler himself served on board the fleet of Admiral Penn, and his description of the Barbadian population at the time is not a pleasant one.
Pause. So Whistler, this person who's in the British Museum, his Journal of the West India Expedition, he was on board this slave ship called the Admiral Penn. This is Oliver Cromwell. This is how our ancestors got from kings and nobility in Europe and sent into slavery in the Caribbean, America, and Africa. Okay? We're going to break this down. This is how they got sent into slavery. Okay? Now, they killed King James, they killed King Charles II. All right, we'll get to that. But let's just walk this down. Now, this book in 1654 to 1655, this white man, this ain't no black man, Henry Whistler, this is his journal of his West India expedition. He was on the slave ship, the Admiral Penn, and this is his description of the Barbadian population of the Barbados his description of the Barbadian population at this time is not a pleasant one. Okay, let me just read it. I got you, Yasha. We got some stuff to read in a second. He said, under the date of February 9th, in his journal, he writes, this island of Barbados is inhabited with all sorts, with the English, with the French, with the Dutch, with the Scots, the Scottish, with the Spaniards, they being Jews. Ooh, we got a problem, Houston. This is the Barbadian slavery, the Caribbean. I'm going to show y'all in another book when they say these are the ones put on the sugar plantation. One of the worst plantations, even from the American, what they call back then, English colony slavery. They sent us because the English ran America back then. Now, it says this Barbadian population of slaves on this island were English, French, Dutch, Scots, Spaniards, and they were all Jews. That's Jews in that ancient Yahudians. He said, this island is the dunghill whereon England doth cast forth its rubbish. This island is the dunghill. So he said, the Barbados Island, this brother Henry Whistler, he said, it's the dunghill. You know what a dunghill is? Dung is poop. A dunghill is he said it's a crop of ish, S-H-I-T, this island of Barbados, because what he saw, he said it wasn't a pleasant sight. He said, this island is a dunghill where England, whereon, that old broken English, whereon England has cast forth its rubbish. It's dogs, that's rogs, and whores, that's boars, like pigs, dogs, rubbish. And such like people are those which are generally bought here. See, that's why I said these books, they're not proud of us. Okay? Yes, he didn't just say Spaniard Jews. He said English, French, Dutch, Scottish, and they all being. Now, if you know from the other studies, Spanish, that should be known by this time. Spain and Portugal. That's when we was there. That was that big image of. All right. So anyway, yes, very disrespectful. So all of these people in these books will be disrespecting us. That's letting you know they're not pro. They're not saying that they're in favor. They're just telling the truth of what they feel, like Benjamin Franklin said, right? He said he wish none of them would come here. Don't bring none of them here, especially the ones from America, from Europe. Don't you bring them here. Now, he said, English and gave forth, he said, can we blame them? Then, Elliot O'Donnell for giving vent to his pent-up indignation in the caustic and vehement outburst between the years 1651. I just clipped this thing because I wanted to show y'all that he said all of them were Jews, Yahuds, Ya'ads. Now, all right. Now, this is the book. This book is the book Whence the Black Irish of Jamaica. Whence they come. Didn't he just say, listen clearly, they came, in this book, it showed they went from Barbados and they sent them to Jamaica. So this book's Whence the Black Irish of Jamaica, this one says they were all English, French, Dutch, Scots, Spaniards, were all Yahudim, Jews. That's what they called them. Okay? And the Black Irish. All right. So we're going to get there. We got some stuff to come out. All right. So that's this book. Whence the Black Irish of Jamaica. Stop share. Right. And that's, I ain't going to go into that right now. I did a little, hold on. I wanted to bring something out in that. Let's just do it since we're here right now. Whence the Black Irish. I can bring that. Oh, that's the big one. All right, let me do this one. I think it's here. Because I was going to skip to something. All right. Oh, wow. There you go. That's the Admiral Penn. That's what we was just, hold on. Let me present, share screen. Oh, I got some real stuff about to come out, Brother Joseph. Sit tight in your seat. Y'all about to really be blown away in a second. What do I do? Wince, the Black Irish of Jamaica. Bang, share. All right. Just a little. So this is one about the Buccaneers. This is where they get the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The conquest of Jamaica was the first of the great buccaneering expeditions. This is where they get Tampa Bay Buccaneers stuff from, right? In the time of peace between England and Spain, so when there was a time of peace, Oliver Cromwell secretly prepared a naval and military force and sent it out to gain an interest in that part of the West Indies in the possession of the Spaniard. From the original manuscript in the Boston College Library, we find Admiral Penn reporting from Barbados. See, Admiral Penn, he was reporting. We find it reporting from Barbados. That's that slave shit. Under dates of March 17, 1655, in connection with the land forces. It must have reported, hold on, let's go to the next page. That's 3. Oh yeah, this one got the double pages for some reason. All right, let me try to find. I need to make this bigger because this one got these double pages and mixes me up. Let me see, what could y'all see? Oh, good. So I need to open it up anyway. All right. So if I open it up, then y'all see the double pages. Yes. All right. From the middle of levies. Okay. Our new levies, whose number besides the 2 troops, okay, let me scroll over, of horse, I suppose, are above 3,000. The narrative general, who was the co-leader of the expedition with Admiral Penn, says at Barbados, between 3,000 and 4,000 men were raised. Let me scroll. Being well settled, the command, find themselves without, they complain they should utterly ruin in case their servants were taken upon their livelihood. Of the poor. I was gonna go into the. I don't want to slow my study down. I thought that was the one that talked about the Buccaneers, but we did it. The other study, I think it's further up. This is when they're going to Jamaica from Barbados, right? On the Irish in Barbados. We had occasion to refer in passing to the Buccaneers, all right? So let me see. Was it up here, the Buccaneers? The pirates whose midnight better ships. The London Irish pirate. The Buccaneers, according to tradition, had their origin among the exiles, English and French for the most part, who took refuge in 1630. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. Let me make it a little bigger. We read it before, but I just want to do it a little right here before we move on. It says, as noted elsewhere, Whisperings of the Caribbean of New York, 1925, page 11. It says, the Buccaneers, according to tradition, had their origin among the exiles, English and French for the most part, who took refuge in 1630. This is the darkest, our ancestors running on the little island of Tortuga. So our ancestors, some of them escaped and was running from Cromwell's enslaving of the black nobility, the royals, right? They were the exiles. After being expelled from the previous year from St. Christopher by the Spanish fleet under Don Frederic Toledo, privateering was at its height, and as we have seen, the nucleus of the French on St. Christopher had been drawn to the source. The refugees on Tortuga were shortly joined by a group of Dutch who had been driven from Santa Cruz. From this motley gathering, it is said that the West Indian pirate of ill fame had its origin, the West Indian pirates. Food being scarce on Tortuga, Supplies, especially for their sea ventures, were ordained by hunting wild cattle among the savannas of nearby San Domingo and preserving the meat for future use. The native process of drying meat had consisted of smoking it to leeward of a smudgy fire on a grating made of green wood, styled by the Carib Indians. The Caribbean Indians as bucan, a word which the native Caribbean Indians quickly applied to the newcomers to distinguish them from the other white men, since they had adopted their primitive process in the use of this bucan. Caribbean Indians called these enslavers that was coming there, these bucans. Okay? Hold on. And it says, distinguished them from other white men. The French transliterated the word as boucanier, which the English quickly anglicized as buccaneer. From John Esquimazin, The Buccaneers of America, London, 1893. That's where you get your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right, let's get, I did that before, but whatever. We on this Irish, the Black Irish of Jamaica. All right, now let's get to some fruit. Where do I want to go? Do I want to go here first? Let me see. Let me see where I'm going to go first. Give me 1 second. Because I got the origin. Yeah, let's do a little of this first before we get to the mic drop. All right. This is a book. Let me share this tab instead. Let me see what y'all can see. Okay, y'all can see it. I can make it a little bigger once I zoom in. This is a book called The Origin and Evolution of Primitive Man. All right? This me bringing receipts that other people ain't got online yet. All right? So I'm getting some stuff like the thing I'm about to show you now. I got from Kameo. He just did it. I didn't even know it. The Most High just shows it here, right when I was washing up. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is what I need for my study tonight. But these are the receipts. I'll be bringing nobody. They ain't online. I ain't see nobody with none of these. So praise Yah. So I'm doing my own election and scholarship as well. Shout out to anybody else that's bringing this ancient true history versus his story. These ancient books. Now this book is called The Origin and Evolution of Primitive Man. It was a lecture given at the Royal Societies at St. James Street on February 1912. All right? These ain't no black people. Okay? The Origin and Evolution of Primitive Man. All right, let me make it a little bigger. On page 74, now I went through this, but I'll be reading this whole book. We're going to start reading some of this stuff. Over time, we're going to have book club day. We're going to break this stuff down. Let's just go here. We give here the photograph of two Nilotic Negroes by kind permission of Sir H. Johnston and Messrs. Hutchison and Company. These are the extant representatives of the big-headed or big-brained people whose osteo remains have been found in Europe. Uh-oh. Unc, what you doing to these people who keep coming here talking about, yeah, we don't do evolution and none of that. But what I want you to understand, this ain't about, all right, listen, Joseph and everybody else. These books, it's not about, just like the Bible. You can't read the Bible and think you could just read everything and say everything is just verbatim. Guys, it's called study to show yourself approved. It's called deciphering and discerning. Just because someone believes in whatever doesn't mean they can't give a description of what they see in these lands in these times. A wise man learns from the mistakes of a fool. You understand? So I don't give a crap if he believe in Anunnaki. I don't give a crap if he get. That's like saying we can't learn nothing from Egyptian. We can't learn nothing from Canaanites. We can't learn nothing from Sumeria. We can't learn nothing from Acadia. We don't believe it. Don't matter. None of that matters. We don't believe. You're right though. We don't believe in no evolution and that stuff. But listen, what you want to understand, what you do want to take, is you want to take. Go ahead, Hakyama. Hakyama said, I don't believe in taxes, but I still got to pay them, sadly. Yes, and I need to do my taxes. My time is running out for the 15th. I try to delay it as much as I can because most of y'all get tax returns. I don't. I got to pay. I pay Uncle Sam. Okay? All right. So now we get these. Now, remember what I told y'all. These books, these people don't like us. These people calling us all type of derogatory names, but they're quoting some historical facts, some opinions. So I'm going to show y'all another one where this person is talking about us, but he's trying to say that they were white, right? But I'm going to show y'all. All right. Now, let's get back to this book. He says, we give here the photograph of two Nilotic Negroes. These are the extant representatives of the big-headed or big-brained people. This is where I want y'all eat meat, spit out pits. Eat fruit, spit out the pits. Listen, he called them big-brained. These Nilotic Negroes. I'm a teacher. They got 3 classes of these Negroes. They call them Nilotic. The other 2, we'll get there another. So we're going to be reading this stuff another time. We ain't going through all it. I got something to bring out tonight. Now, he called them, I don't give a crap if he's evolution. I don't care if this Darwin and none of these fools, right? You got the Nostradamus, you got all these wise, whatever. Eat meat, spit out the pits. He says they call them big-headed or big-brained people whose osteo remains have been found in Europe. Now, he's saying way back. Now, they're going to say 50,000, 100,000 years. We don't believe in all 600,000 years, all that. Remember, discern, rightly discern. These people within their ideologies or within their beliefs, they got things that they're saying that they found remains. See, those are where, I'm talking about the facts. So you got to throw away their beliefs or whatever, but he's talking about the osteo remains have been found in Europe of these big brain people called Nilotic Negroes. This is what they classified them as. Okay? Now, he says, as in the case of all Nilotic Negroes, there was no progressive evolution of them outside of Africa. So what he's saying is, in this book, because I read most of it, he said, and they died out in Europe and Asia as a distinct race. He's talking about a certain group of people. They called them Nilotic Negroes. And he said, once they left Africa, because they migrated, what he's saying is, once they left Africa, they saw no progressive evolution. Now, we don't believe in evolution, meaning Darwin theory, but guys, understand, we do evolve. So what he's saying in this point, he's saying these Nilotic Negroes, he saw them progressively evolving while they were in Africa, meaning becoming greater and bigger and whatever. But once they left outside of Africa, he didn't see this race of Nilotic Negroes progress and grow. Their evolution didn't grow. Instead, they died out in Europe and Asia. They were in Europe and Asia as a distinct race. And the Turkana and the Maasai, these Africans who followed, although of a higher type anatomically and mentally, did not possess larger craniums. And then he wrote, I might have to remark that the size of the head is not always the indicator of a clever man or a clever race of people. It's actually the gray matter or the amount of gray matter, which is the representative of the cleverness in men. You may have a large brain people with gray matter that is very thin, and have no depth of the sulky, and another man with a smaller brain, but possessing greater depth of the sulky and a thicker gray matter. The latter man will be much higher in the type of the two intellectually. He's showing that these ancient people used to say that they think the bigger the person's skull, the smarter. He said that's not true. It got to do with the gray matter. So he points out also in the pygmies who got smaller skulls, some of them had a lot of gray matter, so they were very, very intellectually smart. Okay? All right. So later we'll go through more of this book. Let me scroll up a little to let you know the Nilotic Negroes. They saying that the Australians came from them. They saying that the Asians. Okay. So the Nilotic Negroes were dark skinned, and they said they had wavy to straighter hair, like what you see in India, what you see the Australians, the Aboriginals. See, they dark black, but their hair is straighter, right? And then some of the Judah such. Look, so we're gonna go through this book another time, but I just want to introduce y'all. They talk about the Cro-Magnon man of Europe. He was followed by another race from Egypt in shorter stature, like the Iswick man after the Gallahil man. All right, so we're going to go through this another time. This book is dope. It breaks down a lot of stuff. All right, look, a lot of stuff. Sir Henry Johnson's book, Uganda, as well as photographs, right? So let me go up a little. The tall race of Europe who came up from Egypt were an exodus of the Turkana. Listen, the tall race of Europe who came up from Egypt were an exodus of the Turkana. These Nilotic Negroes are still found in Africa, a fine race of men, some of them over 7 feet tall in height, very muscular and powerful. They have high foreheads, large eyes, rather high cheekbones, mouths not very large, small mouths, and well-shaped lips, rather full. The Cro-Magnon man of Europe, that's what they call them. The original European. I ain't playing with them. We about to get to something even more funky. Let me just get through this right now. Right? This is the origin and evolution of primitive man lecture given at the Royal. These are these white people. We ain't write this. Okay? But they telling us we want in Europe. So Sister Linda Llewellyn, what I'm showing you now, I'm showing you that there was different all through different age time frames out some of our ancestors, that even some of the Hamitic, Hamite, Shemite, Japhetic, these black races from what we call Africa, what was Afroasiatic, went into Europe. This is the first Europeans, the Cro-Magnon man of Europe. What did the Irish Times just say? The original Irish were black with blue eyes. What did they say? The Cheddar man they found in the caves, and he was black with curly hair and blue eyes. That was England. This brother's showing, these people are showing the Cro-Magnon man of Europe. He was followed by another race from Egypt, which had shorter stature. Okay? All right. Now, we're going to get to this another time. I was going to bring this tonight, but I got something even better. All right? The tall race of Europe who came up from Egypt, these Nilotic Negroes. All right, let me scroll up a little. Let me scroll up. Look. Why the Neanderthal type have been found in higher, more recently formed strata. All right? All right, anyway, there we go. So they talk about the different, the Nilotic Negroes. He came here, was in Cornwall at the time, and built those temples, that remains of which I found in West England. The 2 circles represent the division of heaven, everything. Egypt, 36 promoter man. Let me scroll up a little. We're gonna get to this book another time. I just want to get to where you talk about somebody different behind the they talk about where they get their cross from. See, they came over with this stuff, some of these different Nihilatic Negroes, stuff that come from Northeast Africa. From these were developed the first Nihilatic Negroes to the east, north and northeast of Africa. To the west, the true Negro developed. Climate and environment being the cause of differences in different types that were evolved. See, they doing that climate, but they got something they call a true Negro, the Nihilatic Negro, and the now remember, these ain't like they talk about the tribes, the nomadic tribes. They are called by other Negro natives, Banad and Munande. The resemblance of the Masabre Negroes in Western Elgon to the Congo Pygmies is very striking, and those of Northeast Africa, the Doko, to those of the Adobo. They have bows and arrows to live a great extent on raw flesh, wild honey, bee grubs, reptiles, and bananas where they can get these. Osteologically, they show a type between the Pygmy and the Nihilatic Negro. All right, but anyway, we'll go through this another time because there's some real good stuff in this book. All right, it breaks down a lot. Even the Pygmy language, how equivalent in English, the Pygmies, right? The primordial symbols of Pygmy language. All right, so look, the Nihilatic Negro race are also Paleolithic, but they are totemic. We're going to get to that. I'm going to explain what this stuff means. But these are Paleolithic totemic, mean totem poles and stuff like that. All right, I'll get to this stuff a little another time. All right, I was going to bring this stuff out tonight, but I got something better for tonight. All right, so they go to the language of the Pygmies. All right, if I scroll, hold on, let me scroll back. Let me see, let me go back to let's go back to the first page. All right, and then let's move on. I need to get to the fruit of tonight's study. All right, I'm probably already 2 or 3 hours in. This is The Origin and Evolution of Primitive Man, this book, by Albert Mann Library in the New York State Colleges of Agriculture and Home Economics at Cornell University. That's where this book comes from, in the archive. Okay. We're going to break this down another time. They got some real stuff in this book. All right. All right. And it talks about how the original primitive man got into Europe, and they were Negro. That's what he called them. Okay. So look up the vision of primitive man, Pygmies, anatomical features, Pygmies, magic in its definition, Egyptian opinion, Pygmy dances, spirit worship, dawn of religion, all that. The Masaba Negro, the Nihilatic Negro, that's what they call them, and the Bushmen. So we're going to go break that down. The Masaba Negro, the Nihilatic Negro. All right, we'll do this another time. The language, how their burial customs all through Europe. All right. So the Paleolithic Pygmy, the Paleolithic Nihilatic Negro instruments, the implements of the Stela Mythos people, all right, the Neolithic implement of flint dagger, the prehistoric tombs, the Pygmies showing characteristic features, the Tasmanian natives, this is how they got into Australia and Tasmania, the Bushmen, the Masaba Negro, the Nihilatic Negro children, Nihilatic Negro woman, showing characteristic woman type of the first Exodus, all right? All right, so we'll get to this another time. All right. Pure Egyptian hieroglyphs, the map of Africa showing the house of primary man, a genealogical tree of man and anthropods, and all right. The Nihilatic Negro types of big heads found in Europe. Now listen, what did the Olmecs leave in America? Big heads. What did they leave? Big statues of these big heads. All right, so that's enough. We'll get to this another time. All right, now let's get to the funk. Let's get to the funky. Let's get funky. Where am I at? 2.5 hours, whatever. I can make it a separate video. I should have just got right started with this, but this is okay. So now we're going to go to a book. And it's called, I just got this one today. Shout out to Camille. I just seen them. I washing up and the most I said here. I'm like, what is this? Okay. All right. All right. So let me click it and share. I want to share that one now. Let me close this because I'm not really going to go into, I was going into the slavery and how they sent us into slavery, but I'm going into something different for now. I'll come back to that. I'll do Oliver Cromwell on Friday. I'll go into the slavery. So I'll save this part for the slavery thing. When I was going to more how they sent our ancestors into slavery, I touched on a little. All right. So let's just go. It's already 2.5 hours in. So I'm going to go into here. This book is called, all right. And then I wrote my chapters down where we go on page, chapter. So this book is called, Yasha, this is where I need you to help me read. Let me share my tab. This book, let me close it. Let me see what y'all see. All right, let me make it bigger. Because y'all can't see that. It's really dark. This book is going, hold on. This book is going to drop a bomb. Elder Taj Baliyah. This book says Israel in Britain. A brief statement of the evidence and proof of the Israelitish origin of the British race. What? Hold on. Stop the press. Flip. This is the book. Israel in Britain. A brief statement of the evidences and proof of the Israelitish origin of the British race. Now, guys, I never knew this book was out there. I didn't even know this book was out there, right? Now, look, it says 1838. All right. Now, look, I taught y'all that this Jacobite monarchy, King James and all that, I said that Jacob got his name changed to Yasharal, and they called themselves Jacobites. That's Israelites. But I didn't have, I'm speaking through spirit, right? I didn't have the fullness to like have a book that these people wrote this stuff and saying it. This literally says a brief statement of the evidences and proof of the Israelitish origin of the British race. All right. London, Robin Bankson's son, whatever. Let's go to the next. The prophecies of the future of Israel, Israel and Judah, the Scythians and the Massagate. We gonna go there. It's going down. All right. So now, let me, Yasha, could you help me? Could you help me with this? Let me make it one page. Let's make it one page so it can be bigger on the screen. There we go. Now I can zoom out a little. Let me see what y'all see at home. I can make it a little bigger for y'all at home. Let me see what that looks like. Yeah, that should be big enough. All right. This is the preface. Yasha, could you help me? Why can't I? Let me see some. I want to make it. Well, I can make this smaller. That's what I can do. Make this smaller. Oh, that's too small. I can't see y'all no more. If y'all, make sure y'all let me know if y'all raise your hand. All right. So, because if I make this small, it's going to get small on the screen. Let me see if it does. Oh, it's getting bigger on the screen. Oh, I am more happy with that. There we go. Thank you. right there. There we go. Now we cooking. Now I got this over here, and I got y'all over there. I can still see the chat. All right, let's go, Yasha. Were you ready?
Preface. There has been much written upon the asserted identity of the British race with the Israelites of the 10 tribes, but it has failed to convince many pious Christians, chiefly because the arguments in support of this identity have often been mixed up with speculations which, however interesting and perhaps important to those who already believe in this identity, are unsupported by sufficient evidence and liable, therefore, to be seized upon by the skeptical reader as reasons for rejecting the whole argument. The subject has also been sometimes discredited by superficial and illogical conclusions based on imperfect knowledge, and by the wild and fanciful theories of some of its supporters, which have seemed to justify sober-minded inquirers in throwing aside the question as only one fitted for cranks and persons of unbalanced minds.
All right. Shout out to Run Rock in the building. So he's pointing out that all this sufficient evidence and all this stuff by a skeptical reader, he's saying all these foolish people, they just like, he's talking about these trolls who come here. They don't matter what proof we show, they just in their feelings. All right. All right. So hold on. You don't have to read all that. But the doubtful, okay, he's just giving his. All right, let's get to, that's where we're going to get to. The prophecies of the future of Israel, chapter 1. Go ahead, Yashin.
The following is a brief summary of the prophecies which have led many people to believe that the British and the Anglo-Saxon race are the descendants of the 10 tribes of Yasharel, Israel, which were carried away captive.
Stop. Please stop. Stop the horses. Yasharallah, stop the press. You mean to tell me I've been showing all these pictures, images, all these, they putting us, we was kings. They got images and sculptures of us all over England, all over Germany, all over Spain, all over France, all over Scotland. You mean the Irish Posters said the original Ireland people are black with blue eyes, and I'm showing y'all blonde hair, blue eyed people and them. Are you kidding me? Yo, this one, guys, I'm literally tonight, I'm in the bathroom, ready to wash up to come here. I had a whole study to break down. That book, I was about to go into the origin of this and how they came and the Nihilotic and the Masabi. Then I was going into the other thing. I was going into Cromwell, how he sent us and the ships and the records. And it was going down. I'm washing up and y'all says, here. I said, what is this? Oh my, what in the, okay, okay, change. I'm showing y'all. I got trolls coming after me, right? They mad because I'm showing y'all these images of these, of what Europe, right? Now I ain't do it. These white people, shout out to the good white people over there, so-called white over there in Europe and Germany and all these places, right? And they showing you, I'm showing you this, right? This is what I show, right? So I'm showing y'all, this is what they got over there in Germany, in Europe, in Italy, in France, all in the architecture of the buildings. Okay? All right? So get that troll, a troll is here. All right, so I'm showing you that this is what they got. I ain't never been there. I ain't never been to wherever this is, Germany, anywhere. Right? So I'm showing y'all. Now, I did not have these, right? So I'm trying to prove our history by coins, right? Margaret of France, right? Trying to show. And they're like, oh, whatever. Y'all trying to, right? I'm showing y'all bust images. It's supposed to be King Richard the First of Lionheart of England, right? And I'm showing y'all, look, St. Kinlan's Church, Sabbatine, Gloucestershire, right? They in the cement. Look, statues, right? All over Europe, right? The ancient Greeks and Cretans, Greek head of Selenos. Look, that sister. She in the bricks. This all over Europe. So I'm trying to show y'all this Roman tears vessel, oil vessel, or this Roman balasmarium. They put oil right here in the head. So these are, right? These extra Greek, it's a Greek, where they bust the nose off. Cambodia. Iberian lady, 100 AD. A Greek man in Anatolia, Biggio Murata. The black Etruscans. Okay? Look at all these statues. Statue of King Philip II of Spain. Okay? So we ain't make none of this. Now, I had no idea that y'all was going to give me a book today when I'm washing up. Now, let me stop sharing. Let's go back. Yasha, I knew you got to that first line. I know you do. You always do that laugh. I knew that laugh was coming, and my mic was muted. Present, share screen. Let's play, baby, play, Yasha. Let's go. I don't care what these trolls, they just mad. They mad at all that. I ain't write this. It says, the following is a brief summary of the prophecies which have led many to believe that the British and the Anglo-Saxon race are the descendants of the 10 tribes of Israel, which were carried away captive in the years 743 and 721 BC. Now, didn't Sister Linda Llewellyn, now listen, guys, she asked me this question after the study 2 days ago. Y'all gave me this book today, okay? Now, her question was, could you connect the timeline, right, of 70 AD when our ancestors and how they fled into Europe? I got you, Sister Linda Llewellyn. I could go further back than that. I could go back to 743 BC. When the 10 tribes was carried away captive. All right. Yasha, let's go. Can you start from the beginning again? I might need to make it a little smaller so that we got more on the page. So I got to scroll so much. There we go.
Yes. The following is a brief summary of the prophecies which have led many people to believe that the British and the Anglo-Saxon race are the descendants of the 10 tribes of Israel, which were carried away captive in the years 743 and 721 BC. There is, firstly, the promise to Jacob, to Jacob, that his seed was to be as the dust of the earth and to become a nation and a company or assembly of nations. Genesis 35, verse 11.
Assembly? Did it say a church of nations? A circe of nations. An assembly of nations. Welcome to Mashiach Assembly House of Yah Ministries. All right, and then he put Genesis. I like this dude that wrote this book. Let's see, what is this book again? The Israel in Britain, a brief statement of the evidences and proof of the Israelitish origin of the British race by John Garnier, 1838. Anglo-Israeli is Israelism. Brigham Young University in the collection. That's who got the collection. Oh yeah, receipts. Okay. Now, what I do like about this author, they be putting scriptures with it. Now, I want y'all to understand, he's still jaded, but I'm gonna show y'all something. That's why I brought out what the Irish Post says and what they're saying today. Okay? All right. Well, I'll wait till we get there. So he said, there's firstly the promise that Jacob, that his seed was to be as the dust of the earth and to become a nation and a company or assembly, an assembly of nations in Genesis. All right. Continue, Yasha, please.
To apply the latter expression to the tribes of Israel in Canaan would be incongruous and inadmissible. Moreover, the prediction was to be especially fulfilled in the descendants of Ephraim, who were to become a multitude, or more correctly, an assembly of nations. Genesis. This was certainly never fulfilled previous to the casting away of the 10 tribes. Nor can it apply to millennial times after the restoration of all Israel to the land of their fathers, when it is expressly stated that they are to form one nation under one king. We are, in short, shut up to the conclusion that the descendants of Ephraim exist at present day under another name as a nation and an assembly of nations, or that the word of the Most High is false.
Pause. So he says, you in short, we are shut up to the conclusion that Ephraim's descendants exist at this present day, listen clearly, under another name, as a nation and assembly of nations. So Ephraim is somewhere in Europe, somewhere in America, calling themselves Joseph Robinson. I'm using Joseph because Joseph he's so foolish. Our brother Joseph so gangster. I'm gonna use you, Joe. I know you're mine. You gangster, right? Ephraim. I'm not saying you from Ephraim, but I'm just saying what this say. He's saying in short, we come to the conclusion that Ephraim, and he just using Ephraim because Ephraim, he's right. Ephraim would be expanded. Ephraim got a promise in the scriptures to be expanded very, very fruitfully. They had a promise. And he says, Ephraim exists right now, present day, under another name because they don't know who they are, facts, of another nation as an assembly of nations, or that the word of Yah will be false. You got that right. He's literally saying, if you don't believe this and you believe the scripture, then you're calling Yah a liar. I actually like this brother. This author is, Joe, and he be bringing scriptures. I'm like, okay, I could really rock with this dude. All right, but again, we eat meat and spit out pits. It says, this equally applies to the prediction that Jacob's seed should spread abroad to the east and to the west. Hold on, let me read his footnote. The word translated multitude in this passage is in the Septuagint. They call it plethos, a multitude, a number, or assembly. For those who don't understand why this is Mashiach's assembly, because I understood from the beginning of my awakening that Yah said, I called you to assemble. Not no church, not all that. Assemble. Okay? So the mixed multitude that came was an assembly. That multitude is some Greek word. There are some who have confused it with the word pleroma, meaning a fullness or completion, which in such a connection would be vague and unmeaning. All right. So let me This equally applies to the prediction that Jacob's seed should spread abroad to the east and to the west and to the north and to the south. The four corners. He right. This is that Jacob's seed be spread to the four corners. Yasha, could you continue? Start at implying.
Implying vast colonial expansion, which is also indicated by the prediction with regard to the descendants of Joseph. His horns are like the horns of unicorns, and with them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth. And they are the 10,000s of Ephraim and the thousands of Manasseh.
Mm-hmm. According to Deuteronomy
33.
I like this brother, bro. He be putting the scripts, right? That's crazy that this is in the 1800s, bro. Go ahead. This is crazy. This receipt right here is nuts. Go ahead.
There is also the prediction of Balaam. He shall pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters, and his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted.
There's also, he says, also the prediction of Baal, the Lord. He shall pour the water out of his buckets, his seed shall be in many waters, his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. In Numbers. Let's continue, Joshua.
These prophecies imply that the descendants of Jacob, of Jacob, and of Joseph, or of Ephraim in particular, were to become a great and powerful empire with colonies or possessions all over the earth, and that such an empire must therefore exist at this present day.
Pause. This person is saying, this book is saying that it is prophesied that the descendants of Jacob and Joseph, so the 12 tribes of Israel, guys, there's Ephraim and Manasseh. Those are the sons of Joseph, right? Yosef. So that's these are the 10 tribes he's talking about. So he's talking about the northern kingdom. He ain't talking about Judah yet. Judah, right? He's going to talk about Ya'ada later. The northern kingdom became Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Them two morphed into just Judah. That's in Jerusalem. And the other 10 tribes are Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Dan. We're going to go in. Dan is in this book. This is the thing I'm about to bring out. We're going to get to Dan in a minute. Dan and the other northern kingdom, who the ones who went out exploring. They were all up in Europe, even before we got there, before Judah, Ya'ada got there. All right? Now, you see the other book, that brother talked about the Nilotic Negroes, these tall, big dudes, the little pygmies, and other. We was going to do that. We're going to do that another time. We was talking about they went into Europe. This is the prehistoric. They call it Paleolithic Europe during the polished age. It's going down, Yasharallah. I am not playing. The Most High made me a history teacher, and I'm loving a part of it. I'm rocking with this. I'm feeling this. They got a polished age, then they got a bronze age, they got a metal age. They got the polished age is when they use polished stone tools. This is when the first ancient Europeans, the blacks. Oh, it's going down. Oh, yeah. The Most High gave me a new election. Teach our story. He making me our story teacher. And I'm receiving it. And I want y'all to know, I'll be reading these books for hours. When he give me the thing, I sit here and I read it for hours till I got to turn it off. I'm not going to teach something that I ain't learned about. All right? Now, okay. So he said, the prophecies implied that the descendants of Jacob, 12 tribes, and of Joseph, or Ephraim in particular, were to become a great and powerful empire with colonies or possessions all over the earth, and that such an empire must therefore exist at this present day. This is Answer Linda Llewellyn. It was prophesied. that we would be cursed, but that also we would build empires. And what did he say? Another man shall live in our empire. We will build kingdoms, and another man shall inhabit it. We will build vineyards, and another man shall eat the grapes. We will build, see, this is all prophecy. So we built Europe, the kingdom, and another man is inhabiting. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Taj, I got that from your text to me about our story. Something, I think you wrote me that. Said, we be teaching history. Now it's time to teach our story. All right? My elder sent me that. Now listen clearly. This is prophesied. So Sister Linda Llewellyn's question, she was like, but Unc, if we were cursed, then how would they come there and build kingdoms? Because that is prophesied too. But the curses would pursue them and chase them down. So for a time, they might be able to build this kingdom and build these things. But guess what's going to happen by the end? The prophecy will catch up. And they will lose the kingdoms and be sent into slavery. We actually descended from this. Okay? Yeah, we was kings, Saint Serpent George. Boy, these serpents be coming. Y'all see that troll? He got a serpent in his name. Boy, these trolls, boy, that's how you know we bring in truth. This troll, his name was Saint Serpent George. Wow. Praise the Most High. I respect that he coming in the name of who he is. I actually respect that Saint Serpent George more than these other ones who hide. At least you come. That's why I say I always respect the man who come in his father's image, and whoever you serve it to the truth, because I'm serving my father to truth. So I definitely respect that. Hi-ya. Okay? Yeah, it's probably Ren. I don't know, but whatever. Right? I know Ren gonna be watching every time we post something. It's pulling back the layers of that serpent skin on Ren. He like, what in the world? Every time I try to come with something, I ain't even had this book. The Most I just gave me this, but here. Gave it to Camille, and Camille pulled. I'm like, what is this? Okay, well, praise y'all. Y'all, you know, y'all like break it down. See, because guys, the Most High used some of our Gentile brothers and sisters and other people to get some history. Like I'm bringing out certain books they don't got, right? They bring out, I didn't have this book, but this the difference. Praise Yah that they got the calling to bring out the true history, but they and even Brother Camille, he didn't understand the fullness of Dan. And I'm gonna actually reach out to him because now I got this series and I'm gonna let him know, you know what I mean, that I'm giving props for when I do find a book from him and certain stuff that I find from him, and the Most High is using them. But he asked a question on his lesson he didn't even can understand about Dan. I'm like, I can help him. See, that's where the priests come in at. That's where the natural branch. So the Most High will allow others to find these books, but they don't have the revelation to decipher as much in spirit and truth as we can as the circumcised children. So that's why some of y'all like, I seen some of the other stuff, but the election we get from the way we do it is a whole nother level. That's because the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, brings the revelation. All right. So now it says that these prophecies imply that the descendants of Jacob and Joseph of Ephraim would become great and powerful empires, the United Kingdom. Great and powerful empires, the United Scotland. Great and powerful empires, Ireland, Danish, Scotland, Spain. Do y'all not understand? These great and powerful empires with colonies and possessions all over the earth, and these empires must exist at this present day. Yes. There's texts and pics today. All right. Now, go ahead, Yasha. The 10 tribes.
The 10 tribes, after being cast away, were to be wanderers among the nations, and in the savage and inhospitable state of a large portion of the world at that time, would speedily relapse into a state of semi-barbarism like the first pioneer settlers in North America, and being without records in a brief period would lose all memory of their former name and condition.
Pause. This thing ain't no joke. He said the 10 tribes, after they were cast away, would be wanderers, nomads, traveling out among the nations. And as they're wandering out all through Europe, all through these lands, these mountains, Caucasus Mountains, and all these places, when they leaving the Mesopotamic land of Canaan, leaving the original North, what they call Africa, ain't no Africa, the North Asiatic islands, lands, that's still, that's earlier than Africa, right? It was called Asia first. They just put and there was something before Asia. You know what I mean? You can go all the way back to, what do they call that? I forgot what they call it, one before everything split. But whatever, this ain't about that. But anyway, just to keep it with people, we could speak the language, right? Asia and Africa, right? Now, he says, after they got cast away from the Mesopotamic region and start to wander, right? And migrate into these lands, he says he calls these nations, these outside of our ancestral land, because we were supposed to follow the laws of the Most High. So we had statutes, laws, and commandments that we had to follow. We cleansed ourselves and all this stuff. Now, when we would transgress that, the Most High would cast us away. Yeah, Pangea, that's what I was thinking of. The Most High would cast us away, right? As the scripture says. So this person is saying that when their 10 tribes got cast away and wandered out, the lands, the nations where they went were savage and inhospitable. He said a large portion of the world at that time was savage and inhospitable. Facts. That's why in Europe during the Dark Ages, they were savage and inhospitable. He said, at that time, the 10 tribes would very rapidly, speedily relapse into a state of semi-barbarism, like the first pioneer settlers happened in North America. And being without records and in a brief period would lose all memory of their former name and condition. So he's saying the 10 tribes, as they went into these savage lands and barbaric states, they started to reduce themselves down, like Hellenized, to become like the savages and barbarism. 10 tribes. This same author is going to speak on Dan was the king of it. Dan, tribe of Dan, the Danites, became the most savage and barbarous. Listen, guys, he's bringing on, remember, this is about Israel and Britain. This is Europe. So I'm going even further back when I go back to the Nilotic Negroes and stuff, way back to the first inhabitants who died off in there. This is seconds and thirds and waves. So the 10 tribes start to become savage. He said without their former records, meaning their former history, scriptures, in a brief period, they lost all memory of their former name and condition. So now you're going to find out how the Jacobites, which that was a lot of Judah too, how these 10 tribes got into his name and became with these European names, these other names of these lands that they started to name themselves after lands and stuff. And this languages that they start to mix with these other savage, barbaric, which most of the world at that time, a large portion was. They did it in Sumeria, Phoenicia, Egypt, none new, okay? So it says they lost all memory of their former name and condition, meaning state of being a wholly set apart, one of the tribes. And they become barbarous, especially Dan. All right. Go ahead, Yasha.
The same loss of former records must have been the case with the modern nations of Europe who are to take part in the conflicts of the last days. For in the predictions of that period, the nations who take part in these conflicts are all called by the names of ancient nations, and we can only conclude, therefore, that the modern nations are their lineage descendants.
Pause.
So,
Y'all know I got to break down what he's saying. He just dropped a bombshell right there. He said, our 10 tribe ancestors who got cast out of the Mesopotamic and went into these barbaric lands, after a time being without their history, in a brief period, they lost all memory of their former name and condition. He said the same loss of former records must have been the case with the modern nations of Europe. Now, modern Britain, modern Spain, modern France, modern Scotland. He's saying they lost the former records, the former history, our story. He says the same loss of the former history must have been the case with these modern nations of Europe who are to take part in the conflicts of the last days. He says, for in the predictions of that period, the prophecy of the last days conflicts, the nations who take part in these conflicts of the last days. That's the Daniel with the iron and the bear and that's Russia and these, y'all know that the Daniel, that breakdown with the statue of Daniel with the iron feet and the clay and the such and such. Listen, he says the nations who are to take part in these conflicts in the last days are all called by the names of ancient nations. So these nations, what he's pointing out, are all named after our ancient ancestors. So when, that is, what's the name? That's Ren, he back. All right, y'all just get him out. So what he's saying is, when I pull up the book from whence the Irish of Jamaica, and I show you the picture of those little black boys named McConley, Kennedy, Burke, O'Brien, O'Hare, and we thinking that we are named after them, he said these nations are all called by the names of the ancient nations, because our ancestors way back created these names. The Saxons, the Picts, the Scythians, the Angles, the Franks, the Swarts, the Stuarts, the Dons, the Danes, the Dubs. All right? And now we learn from the other books. So he says, these modern nations today at the last days who will be doing this conflict are actually called by the names of the ancient nations. He said, and we can only conclude, therefore, that the modern nations, the modern Europe, modern Spain, are their lineal descendants. So it must be with the house of Yasharal or the 10 tribes, because understand, we are still there. But I want y'all to point out, he's also trying, I'm going to show y'all where he's trying to whitewash. But in his whitewash, he's revealing everything. He's not y'all would read this and think he's like pro us. No, he's not. He's actually adverse. So he's trying to actually steal the identity. I'm going to show y'all in a second. But it doesn't work. All right? Because the Irish Post and the Irish Times just said the ancient Ireland was black people with blue eyes. And they're showing you. So all the records are now. But anyway, let's continue. He said, So it must be with the house of Israel or the 10 tribes. We must look for their foretold empire and numerous colonies and dependencies under another name. All right. Yasha, could you read?
There is only one nation and race in the world at the present time which fulfills the predictions that have been mentioned, and that is Britain and the Anglo-Saxon race.
Ah, go ahead.
Britain and her great colonies constitute a nation and a company of nations, and the Anglo-Saxon race have spread abroad all over the earth, to the west and to the east, and the north and the south.
Who does that sound like? Who's spread all over the earth to the north, south, east, and west? Continue.
There are other prophecies which necessitate the existence of a great Israelitish power at the present day, viz., those which foretell Israel's remarkable warlike prowess in the last days. The prophecy of Balaam clearly refers to the period of Israel's great colonial expansion, when his seed shall be in many waters. And the conquests of Israel are distinctly stated by Balaam to the place in the latter days.
To take place in the latter
Take
days.
place in the latter days. Thanks, The prophecy says, "Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion, and lift himself up as a young lion. He shall not lie down until he eat of the prey and drink the blood of the slain. He hath, as it were, the strength of a unicorn. He shall eat up the nations. He shall eat up the nations, his enemies, and shall break their bones and pierce them through with his arrows."
That's from the book of Numbers. All right. So hold on. I don't need to go through all that, because we're going to come back and we're going to rereading this stuff. I'm going to get somewhere because it's getting later and later. All right. So hold on. There am I. The prophet, where's there? I keep losing my, that's because I lose it when I get on the paper. So the prophet Micah also speaking, he's talking about Jacob shall be among the Gentiles in the midst of many people as a lion among the beasts of the forest. He's bringing out the scriptures in Micah about the daughter of Zion, for I'll make thine horn iron, and I'll make thy hooves brass. All right. And he says, according to the days of thy coming out of the land of Egypt will I show unto him marvelous things. He says, the prophet Jeremiah, writing long after the captivity of the 10 tribes, represents Yah as saying of Yasharal, thou art my battle axe and weapons of war, for with thee I will break into pieces the nations, and with thee I will destroy kingdoms. That's the end time. Then you talk about Zechariah. So you're just bringing the scriptures, right? It says, by the combined forces of Israel or Ephraim and Judah, thus it is written, when I have bent Judah for me, fill the bowl with Ephraim and raise up thy sons. All right. So, all right, because we'll be on this for a long time. He's breaking that down. All right, hold on. There's a prediction that the descendants of Joseph were to possess all the precious fruits of the earth and the sea, the chief things of the ancient mountains and the precious things of the lasting hills. In other words, they were to possess all the very valuable fruits of the earth, the products of the sea, and the vast mineral products which are chiefly found in hills and mountains. It says this exactly applies to Britain and the United States. All right? So now, this is so very interesting stuff that these people wrote this. And when is this? 1838. Okay? That they knew that in the United States, that the tribes would be there. In the United States, in the 1800s, when we were slaves in the 1800s in the United States. Okay? It says, no other nation can compare to them in riches. Their iron, tin, and coal. Okay, let's continue. It says, so complete a fulfillment of the prophecy to the British race alone is a strong confirmation that they are the people of whom it was foretold. All right, so he's going on there. All right. Admirable P.H. Cullum wrote in prize essay on the naval power of Britain. All right, so now let's go. All right, let's get to some fruit. I'm going to go to chapter 3. Chapter 3. How do I find chapter 3? I know what I do. That's chapter 2. We're going to come back to chapter 2. I'm going to go to chapter 3 first. Look what chapter 2 says. It has been asserted by some people that the 10 tribes were never lost, but after being carried away captive, they joined the 2 tribes of Judah and Benjamin and are now included among the people that are known as Yahudians. All right. Now, anyway, let's get to chapter 3. Hold on, give me one second. There we go. Chapter 3. Here we go. The Scythians and the Masajate. Yasha. Now we're going to understand how we got into Europe, how this happened. Yasha, could you help me? And daughter of Yah, if I got any cranberry juice, could you please bring it? I'm really thirsty. Please. Go ahead, Yasha.
Yeah. In the year 743 BC, Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, carried away the 3 tribes of Reuben, Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, who dwelt on the east of the Jordan, and placed them in the cities of the Medes. And in 722 BC, Shalmaneser carried away the remainder of the 10 tribes and placed them in the same locality.
All right, pause. So, the Assyrian king, it's the Assyrian captivity. He carried away 3 of the tribes, Reuben, Gad, and half of the tribe of Manasseh. Okay? He sent them to the city of the Medes, and the Shalmaneser carried the remainder of the 10 tribes and placed them in the same place. All right? Go ahead, continue.
"50 years afterwards, or about 670 BC, in the reign of Ardis, king of Lydia, we find 2 large bodies of emigrants moving northward out of Media, crossing the river Araxes to the south of the Caucasus, sorry, and making their way between the Euxine and Caspian seas. The first body eventually settled. Sorry.
Hold on. Here we go. Let's listen clearly. He said, Assyrian king, this is what we already was teaching. The Assyrian king sent them, and then this Shalmaneser sent the rest of the 10 tribes to Medes, to the land of the Medes, Media. He said, 50 years after that, about 670 BC, that's why I told Sister Linda Llewellyn, I can go better than 70 AD. I can go further back than that. 670 BC. Okay? It says, in the reign of Ardis, the king of Lydia, we find 2 large bodies of immigrants moving northward out of Media. 2 large body of migrations that immigrants are migrating. These are the 10 tribes migrating. Okay? All right? Now, hold on. Yeah, that was that one. All right? Now, it says he showed them, these are historical records. They found 2 large bodies migrating, moving northward out of the land of the Medes, Media, and they crossed over the river Araxes to the south of the Caucasus Mountains. Okay? So that's letting you know they're in Europe now. Okay? out of the Caucasus and making their way between the Euxine and the Caspian Seas. The first body eventually settled on the northern and western shores of Euxine, and the second and larger body of them spread over the western, northern, and eastern shores of the Caspian Sea. Sister Linda Llewellyn, this is how our ancestors got in. Travel was just a wave. And it's other, I told you, I'm gonna go back further with the Nilotic Negros, right? And the Pygmies and stuff, right? And the Masaba Negros came even earlier than these, but these are the Israelites, okay? Those other ones, I don't know if they Shemek or whatever. This before, probably those, they was before Shem was even born, so they can't be Shemitic, the Nilotic and all that, okay? So now, these are these Israelites. So now, this is 670 BC. It says, the first body were known to the Greeks as the Skudde, or Skadai, called by the Latins Scythians. This is where you get your Scythians from. From whence our term, there you go, from whence our term Scythians. I didn't even know it was written there, Scythians. And consisted of 3 tribes. So, this historical book is saying the Scythians, the first body that traveled from Media, these Israelites, the Greeks called them the Skadai, the Skate, and by Latin the Sinthi, what we know now as the Scythians. And they consisted of 3 of the tribes, while the second larger body were called Masagate, right? And that's, all right. A lot of the words are transliterations, and they got another word that they call that in liturgy, where, I mean, in the linguistic, with sciences, where it's not a good thing, where they mash words and they create other words. But you got to be able to rifle through and see what it was changed to and stuff, all right? A larger body will call the Masagate. He said, it will be seen that they remarkably correspond, both in their relative positions and the locality from which they came, with the 3 tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh, right? That Masagate sound close to Manasseh, who were first carried captives, and then with the remainder of the 10 tribes. They were all recognized by the Greeks as of similar race and habits, and were all called by the Persians Sake, the Scythians. All right, we're going to get there. Sake. Although the latter name was more especially applied to the Masagate, the Greeks called some of the Scythians Gate, a word meaning husbandmen or farmers or shepherds, because these were Israelites, while the term Masagate applied to the more distant tribes meant the further Gate. Masa being from the word Masan, meaning further or more remote, further away, Gate. So they are the same as the Scythians, these tribes. The terms exactly describe their occupation. The Masagate raised large. Now this, guys, listen clearly. Now y'all just saw how the tribes, the 10 tribes of Israel, turn now into the Scythians and the Masagate. Don't let that go over your head. You see how easily, and what did the other prophecy say earlier? They would lose their former record and their identity and their names. See? We're going to go there. We got a lot. Not tonight. We're going to be going through this book. We're going to be going through a lot of stuff. So yes, Gaelic. We about to go there. You're going to see how their names change through the different lands, through the different times. They're called something different. Right now, if we go see some Scythians, there'd probably be some whole different nation of people, probably some white people or something. And we don't really even realize how and where it got come from. So this is literally the changing of the names. They're losing their identity. So now they're no longer called Gad right here, and this is in Europe. They're not being called Gad and Manasseh and Ephraim and my brain is slowing down for my tribes, right? They are but now they're called Scythians and Masagate, or Agate for short. It's going to change to learn later. Later, you're going to see this Gate is going to transform into German later in these books. You're going to watch how these transform, all right? So it says, these terms exactly describe their occupation. The Masagate raised large quantities of wheat, and they were also shepherds. Ephorus speaking of them as the sheep feeding sake. So remember, they're calling them sake. I'm going to show y'all how this sake, listen guys, later, listen Elder Taj, became Saxons. How this sake became Sax. S-A-C-S. Later, Sax. And the SACX became SAX. And this is where you get Saxons and then the Anglers. Watch. We're gonna show you how they became all of it. How Dan became Dan's Mark, then Don Mark, then Mark, Don, the Donish. We're gonna go there in a second. But we're gonna understand the linguistics and the changing and see the changing. So this sake are gonna become socks later. Yeah, that's sake. But this is with a C. And then later it's going to become socks, S-A-X. Like if I say socks, you would think S-O-X, right? But I'm saying S-A-C-S. Or you might think S-A-X. But most of us in America, when I say socks, you think S-O-X, not S-A-C-S. See? This is how linguistically things change. So now, yes, this is S-A-C. Sake. It's S-A-C-E. It's on the screen, but it's kind of small. S-A-C-A-E. It says the Scythians also possess large herds of cattle and horses, and they lived chiefly on milk and cheese. This was the characteristic employment of the Israelites from the earliest times. Thy servants are shepherds, they said to Pharaoh when they came to Egypt. They told Pharaoh, your servants are shepherds. They are also spoken of as shepherds in Manetho's history, and Josephus says that this was the occupation of the nation from the most ancient times. It will be only natural that they would resume their occupation among the pastoral peoples of Media, the Medes, and in the wild country to which they migrated, which is Europe. The word scuthe, dropping the Greek plural, is scuff. And Cynthia is called Skuta in the Beth Houston inscription of the time of King Cyrus. The word means wanderers, being derived from a Hebrew word meaning to move to and fro or to wander. The word is thus exactly descriptive of what their prophets foretold that they would become. This is the 10 tribes. They were to be wanderers among the nations in the book of Hosea. Hosea says. Okay? See, all this is prophecy, what's happened to our ancestors. They might therefore naturally adopt the title when they found themselves fulfilling these predictions. This characteristic was also applied to Caerelius, quoted by Ephorus, to the Sake or Masagate, for he says of them, the sheep-feeding Sake, a people of Scythian race. See, now they race changed. You see how the race just changed? You see how we became African American, right? You see how we became black, colored, right? From Negroid, and you see how the race changed when the land and the people So now the Chin tribes just became a Scythian race now. He says, but they inhabited wheat-producing Asia. Asiatics. Again, now you're seeing our ancestors in Asia. Truly, they were a colony of wanderers, nomads, and he put a righteous race. All right. It says the word sake, S-A-C-A-E, or drop in the Greek plural to sak, S-A-C, listen guys, is practically the same word as Isaac. All right, listen clearly. Yatzak in the Hebrew. This sak. For the I is not essential to the name. Exactly, because there's no I in Hebrew. It's Yatzak, right? So this sak. It says, now it seems certain that many of the Israelites in their captivity called themselves by the name of Isaac instead of Israel. Listen clearly. These books, I got the other book we're going to read where it talk about the Samaritans and stuff. This stuff is no joke. Our history is written all through this. Some of our ancestors started calling themselves Isaacs. Instead of Yasharal, they called them Yasaks. A large portion of the 10 tribes did not call themselves after Yasharal. They called themselves after Yasak. But when they did that, it broadened the what Hebrews that came under the banner of Yatzak instead of Yasharal, because Yatzak is the father of Yasharal, Isaac. Understand, Esau falls under Yatzak. Come on, guys, listen clearly. This is how the 10 tribes, the northern kingdom, started to pollute themselves, because the tribe of Dan and them, they started calling themselves, instead of Yasharalites, Yasakites under Isaac. And Esau falls under Isaac. Okay? Now, Dan started to become one with Esau under this banner of Yasakites, Isaacs. Okay. So it says, now it seems certain that many of the Israelites in their captivity called themselves by the name of Isaac instead of Israel, for it is stated by Mr. Wilson that the Nineveh marbles, y'all know Nineveh. Now again, these are ancient tablets and scrolls and inscriptions. The Nineveh marbles record the rebellion of a people who called themselves Beth Isaac, Bat Isaac, Bayat Isaac, Bayat Yasak. That's Hebrew for the house of Isaac, a rebellion. Nineveh got this recorded. This rebellion could only refer to one by the Israelites of the 10 tribes who had been carried captive to Media, then a part of the Assyrian dominions, and who were therefore subject to Assyria. Now shortly after the captivity of the 10 tribes, the army of Sennacherib of the king of Assyria was destroyed before Jerusalem, 712 BC, and the Medes, probably taking advantage of this, rose in revolt against the Assyrians and succeeded in throwing off their yoke in the year of 710 BC. These house of Yasak, 10 tribe Israelites. As it is certain that the captive Israelites in Media would join in this revolt and partake of the acquired independence. So some of them got freed. It is evident that this must be the rebellion of the house of Isaac mentioned on the Assyrian marbles. This the Nineveh marbles. They talk about this rebellion, this house of Isaac. Perhaps it was largely due to their assistance that the Medes were successful. So the Medes the Medes who overthrew the Assyrian kingdom, the 10 tribes, the house of Isaacs, joined forces and overthrew. And that's how they got to flee. Okay? And they went.
Excuse me?
Go ahead.
You remember when we read Acts 29?
Mm-hmm.
May I read one verse from it?
Absolutely.
Acts 29, verse 2. For he, I'm referring to Paul, for he heard in Phoenicia that certain of the children of Yasharel about the time of the Syrian captivity have escaped by sea to isles afar off, as spoken by the prophet, and called by the Romans Britain, aka, the Sacs, the Anglo-Saxons.
Wow, the Sacs, Anglo-Saxons. This is the Israel's in Britain. That's why they took that Acts 29 out of the scriptures. Constantine, this are the Christian brothers and sisters. They took the apocryphal scripts out because if they didn't take the apocrypha out, it points out everything. Could you read that one more time, Yeshar, Hakiyama? I almost called you Yesharallah.
Okay, Acts 29, verse 2. For he, referring to Peter, for he had heard in Phoenicia that certain of the children of Yasharel, about the time of the Syrian captivity, had escaped into the sea to the isles afar off, as spoken by the prophet, and called by the Romans Britain.
Bingo. This is exactly what we're talking about on the Assyrian marbles. And you heard that scripture in Acts 29 where it says Peter, Kaphayah, heard where? In Phoenicia. I got another one that's going to say that the Hebrews and the Phoenicians won. That's where we get this Paleo-Ugaritic script that ain't our language. That's Phoenician. All right. So we're going to get there in a second. All right. Praise y'all. Great scripture, Hakiyama. Thank you. So now it says it was perhaps largely due to the assistance that the Medes were successful. It would also be natural that the Israelites, taking advantage of their freedom, would do exactly what Acts 29 says, would flee and go to where? Europe, what the Greeks call Britain. Okay. Name of this book is Israel in Britain. Wow. Okay. It says, and they would push gradually northward with their flocks and herds in order to be beyond the reach of the Assyrian power. So now, for Sister Linda Llewellyn and everybody else, you wonder, why did they go so far? Because they were fleeing. They went way past the Caucasus Mountains. Dan went everywhere. Dan flee the furthest out of everybody. Dan fleed all the way up into the Turkish, to the Kazakhstan, King Bulan, and Dan went all the way up with the converts. This is how the Jewish people got introduced, from Dan. All right, we're going to get there in a second. All right? Yeah, it's some good stuff, right, Anna Yah? Praise Yah. Fair use for educational purposes. This is a ministry. Shiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. Our story. All right. Now, perhaps it was largely due to their assist. All right. So they flee. He said, it says, and they would push northward with their flocks and herds in order to beyond the reach of us. They even reached America. That's for Danyala, who said, when their brothers say, well, how were they these indigenous ones? Because they even reached what we call North America. They definitely was South America. They kept, especially Dan just kept fleeing and mixing its seed too. So not only was Dan fleeing, Dan was smashing, mixing his seed, taking over cities, taking identities, fleeing, moving. Dan got so bad that Yah cast Dan away out of the 12 tribes. Dan is one that was cast away. So there ain't no there's no gate with Dan's name on it to get it. Like y'all said, Dan ran. That gate with Dan's name on it, Don,
Yasha's going to rest.
All right. Thank you, Yasha. Praise Yah. Thank you. It says, beyond the, and he'll be watching later, guys. He's tired. He works so much. He'll be watching on the replay. It says, it may seem strange that they should have called themselves by the name of Isaac, right? But he says, but we find in the book of Amos, the prophet of the 10 tribes, speaking of them as the house of Isaac and their idolatrous places of worship, he called them high places of Isaac. We need to find that in the book of Amos. I guess that's Amos VII. I guess that's 8 and 9 or something. I don't know. I wish you, well, this is an old book from the 1800s, so they got these Roman numerals. All right. Wow. So in the book of Amos, it said Amos called them the house of Isaac, and their idolatrous places of worship, he called them the high places of Isaac. All right. Yeah, Levi is a replacement of Dan in Revelation. And Levi is us. Trend. Levi is Judah. It's one tribe. Judah, Ya'ada is in the kingdom of priests. So that means we are replacing of Dan in Revelation. Praise Yah. Great word, Trend. All right. So it says in the book of Amos, that Amos called them the house of Isaac and their idolatrous places of worship as the high places of Isaac. This was just before their captivity, and it was perhaps in anticipation of the time when they would be no longer regarded as Israel, the chosen people of Yah, and might account for their calling themselves by the name of Isaac rather than Israel in their captivity. It's very interesting. When they were no longer regarded as Israel, the chosen people, so they tried to hide and start calling themselves Isaac, children of Isaac. This appears to be the origin of the word Sax, Isaac. See, guys? Sax. And this is where Saxons are going to come from later as it progresses. Anglo-Saxons. This appears to be the origin of the word Sax or Sake. Moreover, the same people who call themselves House of Isaac are called on the Nineveh marbles, look, Isaks, Ka. All right? Now the termination Ka signified both in Babylon and Egypt, house of. So Isaks. So on the Nineveh marbles, they're called Isaks. That's Isaac's, Yasaks. And Ka in Babylonian Egypt it means house of or son of. So Issachar would be house of or sons of Isaac, sons of Esau, or Yasak or Isaac. It would also appear that this was the very name by which the Sake were afterwards called in the Persian language. Example, Sakasuna, sons of Sak or Isaac. There seems to be therefore strong grounds for concluding that the Sake were Israelites of the 10 tribes. This conclusion is confirmed by other evidence. All right. So the Sake, the Saks were also called Gimri or Kimri, the G being constantly replaced by the K, as in Keltai for Galatai. They are so called in an inscription quoted by Professor Rawlinson of the reign of Esarhaddon. He says, this is the first occasion in which the Gimri are mentioned. The same name occurs in the Babylonian columns of the Behistun and other inscriptions where it represents the sake of the Persians. The name Gimri or Kimri, according to Rollinson, signified the tribes. A term eminently descriptive of Israel, and the land of Israel was called by the Assyrians the country of Qumri. I heard of that. As on a pavement slab at Nineveh, where Avalush, the king of Assyria, is spoken of as receiving tribute from the land of Qumri or Samaria. All right. So when we go, we're going to be coming back to this, right? Because this go on forever, right? But we're going to get through this, some real stuff in this. I'm going to show y'all Samaria. Okay. This is where we get a lack of understanding of Samaria. So Samaria, we think Samaritan. We think of like, Samaria, where the Hebrews didn't like going through Samaria. They had beef. Samaria is not a people. Samaria is a place. But the people from there are called Samaritans or Samaria. Now, let me explain. Ephraim, Joseph tribe, the northern kingdom was deep in Samaria. Samaria in the Yeshua, the other Yeshuralites used to be at war. Listen. So Samaria was a culmination of people. Esau was even in Samaria. Samaria is to be looked at like this. You know how we live in a land called America, right? And because we live in this land called America, they call us what? Americans, right? So they call me an American. They'll call somebody else an American. But if you trace his lineage, he could be from Greek. Or the person can be from whatever. You can have, now they call them Asian Americans. But before it was just called America. You are an American when you are here. If you were born here, you are an American. But it doesn't mean that that's a people. It's a place, and the people is and the people are what's the name? She said chapter 6 is looking crazy, to be honest. Amos 7, 8, and 9 for full reference. All right, we'll look at that another time. I guess we can look at that in our Tuesday study. That'll be dope before we bring it out. All right, so I need y'all, as we go through these books and understand history, to understand that the Samaria is going to be a hot mess through all history, all through Europe, but they are not one particular people. The tribes were there, everything was there. That's why they call Samaria, they said it was the hood in Mashiach times, Jesus. That's why he went through Samaria with Timberlands on. The so-called Pharisees, the so-called bougie Hebrews, they wouldn't even go through Samaria. They would go around Samaria because there was a bunch of gangs. So you'll have the Bloods, the Crips. Picture this: you got all the thug, you got Bankhead in Atlanta, in Samaria. You got the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Strong Island in Samaria. You got New Orleans, you got Chicago in Samaria. You got Philadelphia, the South Philadelphia, you got every hood. You got Houston Tech. You got anywhere you want to name a hood, they got it in Samaria. So that's why the Hebrews was not trying to go through Samaria. They wouldn't want no smoke with Samaria. All right? All right? Yes. They would cross the street when they saw a Samaritan coming. Fact. They went around. Guys, when the Hebrews needed to travel to a place, they would go around Samaria, and it would take them 2 and 3 days walk out of their way just so they could have went through and it would have been a half an hour. They went 2 and 3 days walk around it just because they was not with it. And guess where Mashiach went? The king, man, The king of Yaada, he went straight to Samaria, right to the hood. All right. So that'll come out with that understanding. Later, when we start reading these books about Samaria, you'll have a clearer understanding like, okay, now we understand. You can't, Samaria ain't a people, it's a place, a combination of people together in this place. All right? Look, she wrote, Laria wrote, Amos 4:1. Here is this word, ye kine of Bashan that are in the mountains of Samaria, which oppress the poor, which crush the needy, which say to their masters, bring and let us drink. Yeah, the Samaritans are no joke. All right. So now I'm gonna get a little bit more of this, but then I'm gonna move on. We're gonna get the dance so we can close out. We're going long. All right, we're gonna come back though. We gotta come back. There's so much fruit in this. All right. So it says, now the Qumri or Samaria, also on a marble found by Rankin, it is said Sargon, the king of Assyria, came up against the city of Samaria and the tribes of the house of Qumri and carried captives into Assyria, 27,800 families. This Qumri is the Scythians, is the house of Isaac, is the tribes. Now y'all starting to see this Kimri, which was Qumri. Y'all going to see how these names change through the lands. But the people, once you have the genealogical record, you could connect the dots. But those who lack scholarship, they have no idea how to really exegete history. That's why I said the Most High turned me into our story authoritarian. I'm like, I'm not mad at it. I'm an avid reader. I guess he created me that way because he knew, I guess, later in life I was going to need this. So I'll sit here and read these books for hours and ingest and be able to decipher so I can teach. All right? It says the U is constantly replaced by the Y. The interchange being universal in Latin words of Greek origin, it is evident that Kimri or Cumri or Gimri are merely different ways of spelling the same word. Now this is how our ancestors, now they become Qumri, Gimri. They done went from, they done changed 4 names already. Are merely different ways of spelling the same word. These records are therefore conclusive evidence that the Sake, the Sacs, or Gimri were a portion of the tribes of Israel. Right? Later they're going to become Saxons. A further change in the spelling of the word was the substitution of the hard C for the K, as in Kimri, that C, for Kimri, the K. And just as the Saki, that C is hard, were called Gimri or Kimri, so the Scythians to the north of the Exum were called Simri, Kimri. The latter word being pronounced modern Simri. Okay? It is well known that the Simri are the same as the Cimbri. That's going to come up a lot later. The Greeks called the Cimbri Cimmerians. See that? All right, hold on. Let me go. I scroll down. The Cimbri, a corruption of the word by the Latins. Now the original inhabitants of the country to the north of Exum were the Cimmerians, with a C, who were driven out of that country by 3 Scythian tribes who pursued them in Asia Minor. Their country was called Cimmeria, and the Bosphorus, the Cimmerian Bosphorus. But after the expulsion, the later was called the Cimbrian Bosphorus. But as in the numerous cases, the newcomers were often called by the name of the conquered country. Facts. Whoever conquered, they would change. Thus, Strabo remarks the Greeks called the Cimbri Cimmerians, just as we speak of the British in Australia as Australians. The British in Australia as Australians. This shows, however, that the 3 tribes of Scythians who occupied Cimmeria and drove out the Cimmerians were the Cimbri or Cimbri, who wholly distinct from the Cimmerians. All right, we're going to come back to that. Because now look, it goes into Joseph, the descendants of Gomer, a son of Japhet. All right, this is where they start to change All right, let's read this. It would appear that the Simeri or Kemeri were the same as the Gomeri, the descendants of Gomer, a son of Japheth. And Josephus says that Gomer founded those whom the Greeks now call Galatia, but were then called Gomeri. The Galatia are, of course, the Caleti or the Celts. Galatia being also corrupted by the Romans into Galli, from which our word Gauls. As the further evidence that the Scythians who expelled Cimmerians from the northern shores of the Exi were a portion of the 10 tribes, Ptolemy places the Tos Manasseh, which means the banished Manasseh, in the country of Komari or Gomari, that is the country of Kemeri. It may be remarked that the promise of greater increase to sons of Joseph, who would have probably made the tribe of Manasseh so numerous as to eclipse the other 2 tribes. And it is also highly probable that the 2 half-tribes would have united in Scythia, in which case the Simri would be chiefly composed of descendants of Manasseh. All right. So anyway, we're going to get to where we leave off. Page 23. All right. Laria and somebody else, could y'all mark that down? We left in this book, Israel and Britain, a brief statement of evidence. We left off on page 23 because we're going to come back. We got to come back. It's so much that's going to be breaking down. It gets better. But I'm going to get to this part so we can close out, right? Because it keeps going on. It's going to tell you how they became. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Let me skip down. Media, but its chief force lies in the fact that the Scythian races can be shown to be the progenitors of the British and Anglo-Saxon race, for that, as we have seen, they are strong reasons for concluding on wholly separate grounds that the British and Anglo-Saxon race are the modern representatives of those very 10 tribes. All right, but we'll go through more of that. All right, so now I'm going to go through, we ain't going to go through chapter 4 because it's too long, but I want to get to some of the Dan stuff, right? So it says, long before the Christian era, the Cimbri, 300,000 strong, leaving the western shores of the Euxine about 115 BC, transversing Europe, and during their migration, they defeating several Roman armies. All right, we'll get back to it. All right, we'll get to that. Another reading. All right, let me go. All right, here we go. This starts the Dan. The names of all the principal rivers flowing into the Euxine were compounded of the name Dan. The Tanai or the Danai, the T and D always being interchangeable. Afterwards, it was called Don, D-O-N. The Danipris, afterwards the Danipia. The Danasta, afterwards called Denister. And the Ister or Danube. The constant repetition of the name in one locality implies the residence there at one time of a people called Dan. And we find that a people called the Dake, and who inhabited the country north of Thrace and close to this locality, were called Danans. They also spoke the same language as the Scythian Gate. So these people that inhabited this country spoke the same language as the Scythians, which are the Sakes, which are the 10 tribes. So these Dans spoke the language. Bingo. Again, when you can exegete this history correctly, the evidence shows you everything. They spoke it. Yeah, this is what Elderwood just said earlier. That's where that Don comes from. And that Don is right there on that screen. He definitely said it. All right? Now, they spoke the same language as the 12 tribes, these Scythians. It is quite possible that the tribe of Dan may have moved westward from the Caspian at an early period and settled in the country watered by these rivers to the north of the Scythians. If so, we might expect from their position that they would be among the foremost to immigrate to Western Europe, the tribe of Dan. This receives supports from various notices of ancient writers. Okay? This brother comes with his receipts. Saxo Grammaticus says that Dan was the first king of Denmark, and that Denmark means the country of Dan. Dr. Jackson says the great Danish god Odin came out of Scythian Asia into the northern part of Europe with a colony in the year 24 BC. Y'all know who the god Odin is. I know Taj Bali, y'all know who that is. So our wicked ancestors, calling on these Sumerian and Phoenician, Babylonian, Mitzrayim, Commission gods and all that, brought this stuff into Europe with them. Okay? Scythian Asia. It says, this, according to Saxo Grammaticus, was in the reign of the Danish king Hadin, who was the seventh from Dan, which is make the reign of Dan not later than 150 BC. The Vedas Chronicum Halste also says that the Danes and the Jutes, I'll show y'all that through a lot of the books, are Yahudian Israelites of the tribe of Dan, but they're not Jews. See, he doesn't understand our culture. They're Israelites, the tribe of Dan, but they can't be Jews because that's the tribe of Judah. Unless he was saying that Dan was mixed with Judah. But he says the Vedas Chronicum Halste also says that the Danes and the Jutes, you're going to see that in the other books, the Jutes are Israelites of the tribe of Dan. It says these statements with the evidence of the tribe of Dan in northwestern Scythia and the immigration at the same time of part of the Scythians or Cimbri are strong proofs that the ancient Danes were some of the first immigrants to Western Europe. Dan. Bingo. Dan was the first to immigrate everywhere because Dan ran. Dan was on its migrating to conquer. Dan was destroying and conquer. Taj Balayah said Odin is the father of Thor, LOL, called Woodin's Day or Wednesday, known today. Yeah, Odin's. I knew this Odin. Thank you, Elder Taj Balayah. Wednesday or Thor's Day is Odin's Day. Yeah. Thank you, Elder. All right. So Dan, guys, was bouncing. Dan was the one everywhere. So it says the Danes were some of the first immigrants to Western Europe and that they were the same race as the Sakes, the Scythians. But y'all see how they look at how history changes the names. If I would have been writing this book, I would say Scythians, then I would say Sake, Israelite. You know, I would keep, but once you keep, you lose that they're the Israel, it become the Scythians now. All right. So it says the Danes were the same race as the Scythians and that they were of the tribe of Dan. And one of the 10 tribes carried captive into Media. It also accounts for the fact that the Cimbri, after their great defeat, came and settled in Denmark, the country of their brethren. So the Cimbri, which was the Sacs, the Kumi, you know, it been changed 9,000 times. The Isaac, house of Isaac, came to Denmark to chill with Dan. Combined with the Danes and the Cimbri were the Jutes. We was there. There we go. See, guys, y'all gonna understand how our ancestors, Judah too, was there in Europe. A lot Guys, let me explain. A lot of our ancestors, the tribes, hid with Dan because Dan was the gangsters. So the house of Isaac, the other tribes, the Sebri, they went to Danes. That's why the Danish, we was big in Dane, the Dutch. That's why Dub means block and all that. Because Dan ran that kingdom. So when we would be running from the other Moors and the other, it was a whole bunch of, it was a lot of wickedness going on. The tribes, some of the tribes would go hide under Dan, go into Dan's land, because Dan would receive them because they're their tribe. As long as they played their position, they could, and Dan was safe because nobody was messing with Dan. Dan was raw. Dan was wicked. That's a better way to say it. Dan was wicked. Dan ran with the clan with a plan to another land. that y'all stupid. That y'all said Dan ran with a clan with a plan to take over everybody's land. There you go, y'all. Dan ran with his clan with a whole plan to take over everybody's land. Facts. All right. So now that's why, now I see that's why the person wrote. Remember, I just said it when this book, when he said that they called them, look, he said the Danes and the Jutes are Jews, Israelites of the tribe of Dan. Now that's why I said, okay, he's probably saying that because we mix. Yes, I'm going to show y'all that they mixed. They always mixed. Okay? They mixed the Khazars, blacks and white Khazars, these other books. We'll get there, right? So the Dane and the Jutes. All right. So it says, combined with the Danes and the Cimbri were the Jutes, tribe of Judah. The word Jutes, like Goths. Goths is a well-known corruption of Gete. So here go your Goths, all right? And your Van Gauls and stuff like that. These Gauls and Gales and stuff. That's where I was looking for, corruption. This is what they call it in ancient historical linguistic breakdowns. They call it a corruption. That was the word I was looking for. They call it a corruption of these words when they change name and they convolute, they corrupt the word. So it says the word Jutes. See, that's a corruption of Yah. See, Jew is a corruption of Yud. And Judah, of Judah. And Judah is a corruption of Judah. And Judah is a corruption of Yad. And Yad is a shortened form word of Yaada. That's the tribe of Yaada. You see, that's how you corrupt the language till it becomes a whole new people. Now you got Jew, which is a corrupted, and then you get later Jewish. So that means it's like, like the corrupted linguistic, what's the name? Transliteration. All right, praise y'all. Now y'all getting some real understanding of how the history has been convoluted and corrupted and whitewashed and changed. All right. Now we're going to get through this little bit of this Dan, then we're going to close out. The word Jutes is a well-known corruption of Gete, so these Goths, and as we have seen, a portion of the Scythians were called Gete or Goths, probably on account of their being more especially husbandmen cultivating a rich wheat-producing country north of Danube and the Euxine, Dan's land, and the Euxine. Their close proximity to the Dake or the Danans, tribe of Dan, would naturally lead them to join with the latter in their western immigration. They joined with Dan because they was scared of Dan. It'd be smart to join with Dan, wicked butt, because Dan is handling his own. These three tribes, the tribe of Dan, the Cimbri, and Judah, Guys, we learning our history. We learning. We really learning a lot. Okay? The 3 tribes banded together. Now, I understand. Remember earlier he said when they migrated, it was savage land, barbarism. So it would behoove them to get together. And remember, the writer in this book said they were righteous. Even Dan was considered righteous to what was going on in his lands. These people was eating one of these people were savages in caves. That's when you get the cavemen knocking people over the head with the. You got Nephilim, you got cave Neanderthals, and all of you got them people going hairy, banging people with clubs, running, eating people, and this stuff was no joke. They show y'all that in these movies now. Now you're gonna have a whole different understanding of cavemen in this time, troglodytes. You got all type of people in these caves and holes in the ground, asps. You would be walking, guys. You out trying to get food, catch something for food, and you can walk and someone grab you from the ground. Do y'all hear me? You walking and you walk on a, what's that? And something just snatch you into the ground. A hole in the ground. These people lived in the ground. Okay, yeah, dragging people in the bush, but in the ground. So you would have to walk and they would camouflage the hole in the ground. Y'all hear me? So you wouldn't see it. So you would have to be on your beam and watching to make sure you don't step, because you step in the wrong place. Shoom! And they snatch you down. It's a whole tribe of people live in the ground. It was savage. So it would make sense that our ancestors would come together. So these 3 tribes, the tribe of Dan, the Cimbri, which we now know as it's like a culmination of Manasseh, that Cimbri is the Scythian, right? The Isaac tribe, they call the house of Isaac, right? And our ancestors, the Yahudim, what they call now the Jutes. That's a corroboration. The Jutes it says, these 3 tribes, the Dan, Cimbri, and the Jutes, were the founders of the great Scandinavian race who peopled Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. What? Oh, shoot now. Oh, yeah, it's going down when we start breaking this down. Oh, y'all dropped this on me like a hot potato. I'm like, here, my son, you're doing a great job bringing the story. You're bringing the image. I did all that work the other night, getting all those images of the busts and sculptures saying we still there. We trying to prove how we was there. Woo! All right. Now listen. Yes, Norway, absolutely. That's what we were. We were the Norwegians. Praise y'all. That came out in another one. Yes, Norway, absolutely. All right. Now, it says, were the founders, the 3 tribes were the founders of the great Scandinavian race who peopled Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. Almost most of the Cimbri appear to have remained in Denmark. They were the ancestors of the Danes and the Northmen, or the Normans. That's why I said, I knew it was Norway, because we were the Normans, the House of Norman. Okay? Both of whom successfully conquered England and settled there. We're going to show you how our ancestors, the Jacobites, the Jutes, King James, King Charles, King Henry, we're going to show y'all how the Jacobites, the house of Jacobus, the Yasharites, how these Yahudians came to rule. But then you had others around. And then how they lost their kingdom and got sold into slavery, as the prophecy said. All right. So now, it says, they were the ancestors of the Danes and Northmen or Normans, both of whom successively conquered England and settled there. Lenormand remarks that they all had a tradition that they came from the Palu Matois on the north of the Euxine, where they had a city called Asgard and many warlike triumphs. The latter referred no doubt to the Scythian conquest of Asia Minor and their defeat of the invasion of Darius. So we're going to be learning about some of these defeats that we didn't know were our people. We didn't know this, right? Some of these defeats, we thinking it was other people. We thought it was another nationality. It was actually our ancestors. I want you to point out that the brother, what's his name? Camille, he pointed out something very interesting. He said somebody else pointed this out too. I think he said, what's that other brother name? These people be doing this history stuff like y'all got me doing now. What's his name? Drop, that con drop dude. He said, I think that dude brought out something about, notice how they always talk about Asia Minor, but do anybody mention Asia Major? See, that's the same thing they do with that Middle East. Y'all got to be careful when they write this stuff, that they'll write Middle East. But what about, they never talk about beginning West, you see, or ending South, or they just, so they do this always about Asia Minor. But what about Asia Major? It got the, when we find out what Asia Major is, I guarantee you it got a very important historical meaning. Daya said, I thought Asgard was a myth. All right? Tatiana said, paganism at its finest. Shout out to Tatiana and her husband, Hashaya. All right? So now, it says, in addition to the Danes, Cimbri, and the Jutes, our ancestors. Now look what it says on this title right here, the Ancient Germans. Oh, it's getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere now. In addition to the Danes, the Cimbri, and the Jutes, the whole of Germany at the beginning of our era was peopled by a race who is generally recognized came from the shores of the Caspian and the Euxine. Strabo early in the 1st century places the Gate, which is the Cimbri, in the district north of the Danube, which is the Dan, tribe of Dan, and the Hercian forest, or the whole of southeast Germany, while the Gothones, that's the Cimbri, the Goths, who were evidently of the same race, occupied northeastern Germany. Later on, we find the same people under the name of the Goths occupying central Germany. It seems evident that they were a portion of the Massagate, or further Gate, and that being the last, they were the last to migrate, they retained the name of Gate, or Goths, to a later period, while the tribes more to the west were called by the name of their chieftains or some local characteristic. For Cisner remarks that the Scythian nations, after they came to Europe, retained the same vicinity or relative position that they had formerly in Asia. This is what might be expected, and it is clear that the Scythians or Cimbri were the first to migrate, where we may conclude that the Goths of Eastern Europe were the most eastern of the Massagate or Sake. Sacs. All these ancient Germans and also the Scandinavians were of one race. Israelites. Shalom, ya elder. I'm about to close out too. Don't even worry about it. She said, very edifying, but I must say shalom. We all about to say shalom. My mouth is hurting. I did enough. I'm going to close out now with this. Gothic equal dark. Ah, that's interesting. Y'all Dylan, that Goth stuff mean all black, right? They put on all black everything. Wow. Very interesting. All right. It says, hold on, somebody trying to come in. Who is that? All right. It says, all these ancient Germans and also the Scandinavians were of one race. Gibbon remarks almost the whole of modern Germany, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Livonia, Prussia, and a greater part of Poland were people by the various tribes of one great nation whose complexion, manners, and language denoted a common origin and preserved a striking resemblance. Like the Scythians and the Masagate, they had no images of their gods. And like them, they worshiped the sun, fire, and the moon. That was our ancestors, Northern Kingdom. That's their foolish stuff, which was doubtless due to the close intimacy of sake with the Persians. That's where they picked it up from, too. Persians and Egyptians, who were sun and fire worshippers during the captivity, our ancestors. That's why Yah what? Cast them out, right? Worshiping other gods. You hear? Like the Masagate, the Scandinavians sacrificed horses to the sun. And Tacitus speaks of the ancient Germans keeping white horses for a similar purpose. The Scandinavians, like the Scythians, made drinking cups out of the skulls of their enemies. Oh my God, that's tribe of Dan. That's some Dan stuff right there. Both Strabo and Caesar speak of the Germans as living largely on milk and as moving their households about on wagons. This was equally characteristic of the Scythians, who were called livers upon milk and dwellers in wagons. These points of resemblance are corroborations of the identity of the ancient Germans with the Scythians and Masagate. I'm going to close there. Whew, because we can keep on going. But we're going to get to some other crazy stuff. All right? Look, the Saxons, Angles, and Jutes are Goths. Now we're going to go to the Saxons. I ain't going to go there, but we're going to come back. Where Britain was invaded and conquered by the Saxons in the 5th century, and Bede said those that came over were the three most powerful nations in Germany, the Saxons, Angles, and Jutes, or the Goths. These, however, all went by the name of Saxons, which must therefore be regarded as a generic name. All right, so we're going to go through that later about the Saxons and the Anglo-Saxons and all that and how they came about. All right, so that's enough. My mouth hurt. All right. What did it say there? The Indo-Germanic races whose language was derived from the Sanskrit would lead the Sake to adopt many of that language, considering therefore that the 10 tribes called themselves the House of Isaac and that they were all called by the Assyrians Esaka, or sons of Esak. Asak, is evident that the Persians, after they came into intimate contact with them, would call them by the same name in their own language. That name would be Sakasuna or Sakasuna, Suna being the Sanskrit for sons and the origin of our word for son. Suna, son, sons. Now, Saxuna, dropping the Persian and substituting the Saxon plural, would be Saxons or Saxon. Y'all see that? S-A-C-S-U-N-S from the Saxuna, from the Persians in the captivity. From the Persians. There appears to be a true, listen, the Saxuna, I'm going to end with this. The name would be Sakasuna or Saxuna. Suna being the Sanskrit for the word son and the origin of our word son. Now Saxuna, dropping the Persian and substituting the Saxon plural, would be Saxons. S-A-C-S-U-N-S or Saxons. S-A-X-O-N-S. This appears to be the true derivation of the word Saxon. And that derivation is corroborated by the fact that there are from 600 to 700 Persian words in the Anglo-Saxon language. Bingo. Mic drop. The identity of the Saxons and the Sax or Sake is also supported by the following fact. The Sake, having occupied the country north of the Indus, were well known to the people of India, and the sacred books of that people, the Puranas, Varada, and Matsya. Britain is spoken of as the White Island of the West and is called Sakana from the Sacs who conquered it. There appears therefore to be no question that the Saxons were the Sacs or Sake. Okay, this is also the opinion of ancient writing Camden. The of Sake, most powerful people of age, they are called. So if the Saconians, the Asiatic Samachia, they poured little by little into Europe by the Gate. All right. let me get to Ptolemy, likewise of the Saxons, Suevi, Magate, Dahi, the Saxons are Jamaic. Let me get to this part. Because as I told y'all, he tries to whitewash this. So I'm going to get to, let me see if it's in there. Where did I page? I don't think I bookmarked it. But there's one where he tries to say that, where is it? He tries to paint them white. Where is it? There you go. I found it. So he says, among the Israelites, and before Holman Hunt painted the picture of Christ in the temple, he made a careful inquiry among the Jews of the East and found that auburn hair and blue eyes was the prevalent type among them. Listen clearly. Sir Gardner Wilkinson confirms this. He says the Jews of the East to this day often have red hair and blue eyes. All right. Now, let me show y'all. This is the whitewashing. I told you they are not pro for us. They are trying to, it's a revealing our identity while replacing it. Because doggone well, listen clearly, as much scholarship as this book would have, can nobody explain that if these 10 tribes were slaves in Egypt, in Assyria, how were they in the hot sun slaving? They sure enough, that was another one where they try to say, well, the slaves, the Irish slaves that they sent to the Barbados, they was in the sugar plantations, and tell them to do it today. No disrespect to none of my white brothers and sisters, but y'all know y'all got sunblock and all that, right? I learned that when I was in the drug program. My boy got burnt up in the sun. We just went to the beach. This boy had 5 degrees or something, the 2nd degree burns. He was in a hospital. I mean, this boy was tortured. I sit up there like, I heard of it, but I never saw it. We were just playing at the beach. I'm in the beach all day. We riding in the van like, I'm like, what? We get to the house and this boy came and sit in the seat. Next day, he had to go to the hospital. He was burnt up. One day at the beach. We were only there for hours. So y'all gonna tell me that they was in Persia, in the Mediterranean? They was in Assyria? Do y'all not know it was a 10, 30 more degrees hotter 2,000 years ago? They was in Egypt? Slaves in the sun? Sorry, bad scholarship. So again, that's why I said when I told the brother Joseph, with the other book that's talking about certain evolution, you can get the fruit from the book. In the thing when they're revealing our history, they're trying to whitewash it and make it theirs, but they're at the same time as Yah revealing our history. He's using them to show the ancient receipts because we would be cast into these slaveries. We won't have these receipts. They're the ones picking up the ancient. So as this person here is trying to say that they had, see, look at this. It says personal characteristics, large bodies, red or yellow hair, blue eyes, and fair complexion, right? Now you would think, now they come today, that's a white person. Hold on. Red hair, blue eyes. Didn't I just do a video that showed you a whole race of people with yellow hair, black people? Didn't I show y'all on the caves of Egypt, the Egyptians drew the Hebrews with yellow hair, black skin, and yellow hair, blonde hair. Okay? Now, so again, this is the whitewash. That's why I said these are better receipts. Let me tell y'all something, guys. It will be a worse receipt if we had someone that was pro like who was one of us, like a black who wrote it, who, because he could have a certain bias. But when they go all this history and they're trying to whitewash it and make it them, they have given us the receipts of all our history, and then they just trying to change it. But y'all, you can't, because it's physically impossible. See, they could try to change it all they want. Now, imagine if we didn't have the receipts that our ancestors had blue eyes and red hair and blonde hair. That would stump us, right? Be like, but Unc, we don't got no blue. Wrong. What did the Irish Post just now? They said the ancient Irish had red hair and blue eyes. Yo, you think y'all is playing? He is not playing with our story. I didn't have all this until today. I didn't know about no Irish Post and the Irish Times stating that the ancient Irish had red hair. They were black people with red hair and blue eyes, and they showing them. And what did this person says? Look, they got red or yellow hair and blue eyes. Okay? Now, perfect example. Watch this. Stop share. I left this one open just for this. Bingo. Come back to y'all. Present. Share screen. Window. Uh-oh. I think this sister got red hair. I think that's a fair complexion. I would be wrong. Maybe I'm a miss. Maybe this is swarthy. That looks like a light-skinned sister with some pretty red hair. Now, I don't know if her eyes is blue. There go another sister with some pretty red hair. Oh, yeah. Probably Irish. The Ireland Sun-Times said it. That's fair skin and red hair. Literally what he described. So they're trying to steal our identity. You can't. Because it was impossible. Now, this sister can go in the sun and be a slave in Egypt. And guess what? She don't need no sunscreen or nothing. She just going to get suntan. She going to turn red, more red, because the lighter we get, we turn mostly. I know I turn red. I don't know. But, okay. Yeah, y'all was prepping us for all these receipts. Come on. He already prepped us for it. That's why I was like, yo, I already got all this stuff set up. And then he gave me the mic drop, Yasharallah, was he gave me this today. And I said, oh. And then when I read in the book, I said, oh, they trying to steal. They can't. Because that brother wrote in this book that they had red hair and blue eyes. But what did the Irish Post? What do the Irish Post got to say about that? Ancient Irish people were black with blue eyes. Uh-oh. Let's go further. In the Natural History Museum in London, they did a bust and sculpture of Cheddar Man. And here's a Mesolithic skeleton. They found him in a cave in the southwest of England in 1903. He had dark to black skin with blue eyes and curly hair. But they made his hair straight. See how they just can't not, they gotta try to, but whatever, right? Okay? So this is Cheddar Man. I don't know why they call him Cheddar. They be coming up with stuff, right? All right? So here we go. Blue eyes, black man. Okay? And it says black man with blue eyes is the ancient Irish people. They were black with blue eyes. Okay, that ain't enough. The Irish Times in Ireland. Early Irish people were dark-skinned with blue eyes. And they show you this dark-skinned black man with dreadlocks. well, brown skin. He's kind of fair, darkish. They call it dark, with blue eyes and locks. Right now, today, 10,000 years, prehistoric Irish people with dark skin and had blue eyes. So the dude in this book miss us. See? Miss us. Praise Yah. Yah is going to give us all the receipts we need. So even though he's given us all our history, he tried to say it was white people because they said they had red hair and blue eyes and a fair complexion. I just showed you a red-haired, fair-eyed lady. I just showed you a blue-eyed man. And my last, what's the name? I don't know if I could find it now, but my last joint, I showed you, I don't know where it's at though. I showed you blonde hair, yellow, what they call yellow hair, black babies with a blue-eyed black baby. And I just showed you a red head, a so-called fair-skinned black girl. All right? We ain't playing. Hold on. Let's close out with this. Let's close out. Y'all know I like to close out with a little bit of a bang. A little bit of a bang. We've been reading for a while. Let's close out with a little bit of a bang, bang, boom. All right. Let's go. Since we on this red head, all that, they trying to steal our identity. Y'all ain't stealing nothing. Let's go. What I do? Oh, window. Window. This one. Share. See this book? Beauties of the English and Scottish history, to which is added some part of Roman history, so far as it is connected with their residence and government. Y'all heard? Let's go. Her hair, this is Queen Elizabeth, her hair was more reddish than yellow, curled in appearance naturally. Hold on, let me pull it up. Her hair was more reddish, ruddy than yellow, than blonde, curled in appearance naturally. I answered the answer, well, the hair, the Ferris or whatever. But she was, hold on, I think it's the next one. Nope, not that one. Let me scroll. Queen was very lovely. She said she is by herself too high. Then she was asked what kind of exercise she, Queen of England, most fair Scotland, she appeared earnest. So her hair was more reddish than yellow. There you go. More reddish than yellow. Here we go. Because of his swarthy complexion and black clothes, Elizabeth named him her Welshman Moor. Okay. Hold on. Ah, these are my other ones. I thought I had that one open. When it calls her and said, despite, it says, although she was swarthy, they made an excuse. See, that's a picture of her. They made an excuse for her. Oh, I think this is it. No, Lady Elizabeth, rather than handsome, but she is tall and well-formed with good skin, although swarthy, which is black. Although, that's it. She is handsome, rather handsome, but she's tall, well-formed with good skin, although she's black, she's swarthy. She has fine eyes and above all, a beautiful hand. Okay, and this is King Henry VIII. Queen Catherine, the present queen's mother, of his second wife Anne, an Englishwoman of noble birth. My Lady Elizabeth was born in September 1533, and she was swarthy. She was black. State papers and manuscripts related to English affairs. You heard? All right. So this dude try to change all our history and say because they had red hair and blue eyes, that mean they was white? Wrong again. Wrong, wrong, wrong. I told y'all, let me explain. Let's end with this. Let me stop share. Let me end with this. Great way to end. I was supposed to start with it, but I can end with it. Where I worded at? The genetics. Explain, there you go. Explain the seed. Let go. Let me make this full screen so I can see y'all. We're going to end with this. Great way to end. Let me explain something to y'all. Everybody, no matter what nationality people, whether you call yourself black, white, red, yellow, whatever, listen clearly. There is something called the original germ. They call it a germ, but it's a seed. The original seed is the black seed. This is where you get everyone's supposed to come from the original seed, the two people on the earth, Adam and Eve. They're supposed to be black, right? Everybody goes back. There's no disrespect because all of us come from this seed unless they come from the serpent seed. And it's the brother Joseph. Don't get on this white people thing because you're going to get yourself in trouble, Joseph. Some white people do come from the serpent seed. Some black people come from the serpent seed. Some red, yellow, Asian, whatever these races. Not all white people are serpent seed, brother Joseph. Not all black people are righteous. See, not all black people are seed of Yah. Now, there's original seed, germ, DNA, genetics, genome, original seed. This seed in its core is black. That's why they're trying to do black matter and all that dark matter that they're trying to do for tomorrow for the eclipse and CERN. Great way to close this out. Y'all listen clear. Very important lesson for y'all right here. The original seed is a black seed. From this original genome seed, listen guys, comes every mutation of color. From black, when you dilute it, you get brown. When you dilute brown, you start to get red, ruddy. When you dilute red, you start to get yellow, lighter. When you dilute yellow, you get white. From the original seed comes the brown, red, yellow, all the way to the last product of the original seed is the white, right? And they lack the full melanin. That's why their sun, that's why they got to take extra precautions because they are furthest away from the original germination of the seed, but they come from the seed. As long as they're not serpent seed, they are our ancestors, our children. Now listen clearly. Now, from the black original seed comes the brown, diluted. Now this dilution happens just, it's a what's the name? They call it in science, they call it the mutation. It just happens and occurs. This is when Noah became albino. Fair, white skin, white hair, red eyes. This is where we get blue eyes. It's the mutation of the original germ seed. Brown eyes, green eyes, blue eyes, red, whatever. Every blonde hair, brown hair, brunette hair, everything. It comes from the original seed. Listen clearly. The original seed is where the germination, with the dilution, the mutation becomes lighter. It becomes brown. Then it becomes red. Then it could become yellow. Then it become white. But the opposite is impossible. Listen clearly. From the original seed, which is black, comes every other color. What you want to call color, a nation of people. But you can't take you can't go in the opposite direction. You can't take the white seed and make black from it. You cannot. It goes in one direction. Y'all hear me? Once it goes from the original and turns into it, that's where it stops. It doesn't, you can't take from the white seed and make a black seed. You can only take from the black seed and make all the other seeds. Y'all hear me? That's genetics, chemistry, science, all of it. It can't be duplicated. It's the Most High's creation. They all come from the original seed unless you come from the serpent. You come from Yah's original seed, and it is black in its core. It is dark. Do y'all understand? So they are all come from us. So if the world made you hate your original self, to any of my white brothers and sisters, my Asian yellow brothers and sisters, what they call native red brothers and sisters, what they call brown, the Arab Ishmaelite brothers and sisters, if the world has made you hate your original self, don't be mad at us. You hate your own self because your original self is the original seed which you come from. Everyone comes from it. That's why, shout out to the Irish people, the Irish Times, the Irish Post. They like the original Irish are black skin with blue eyes and red hair. The red hair is just a natural mutation. The blonde hair, the blue eye, they all come from us. Yes, regressive genes cannot melanate. They cannot go backwards. Thank you. If you put that about this, thank you, Sabaya. I was going to say that, I almost forgot. It's even in paint. From the black paint, you can dilute, you can make every color come from it. If you put all the colors together in the bucket, it becomes black. So if I take red, I take purple, I take yellow, I take white, I take green, I take blue, if I take every color that exists and I put it together, it becomes the original seed. Thank you, Sabi. I almost forgot. I was going to bring that. That was important. It becomes the original seed back to the natural, the core seed which was created. And every color comes from it. You understand? Joseph said, let me help Brother Joseph. I'm confused. I thought the book of Enoch said that white people came. No, he was talking about the fallen. Okay, let me explain, Brother Joseph. Noah was white skin. Noah had white skin and blonde hair and all of it. And they were scared. Listen, Brother Joseph. When Noah was born, his dad, I'm thinking of terror. What's Noah's dad? I got him in my mind. No, not Methuselah. That's his granddad.
Lamech.
That's his dad. Thank you. Lamech was scared. They were shook when they saw Noah. You know why, Brother Joseph? Because they thought he was a fallen angel. Because he looked like the fallen angels. The fallen angels had white skin, white. They were called the tall whites. But they shapeshift. They not only were white, but the majority of them took on this white thing, right? This white image. They had white, blonded out, looked like pale white, though. They look like, I put it in one of my lessons, they look scary, right? They're tall whites and stuff, right? So when Noah was born, everybody ran, and they were like the fallen angels, and Lamech was like, he went to Methuselah, like, what happened? How did I get a fallen angel? And Yah, that's not a fallen angel. Our genetics mutate, Brother Joseph. Everything comes from us. So the whites, that's why I said be careful, Brother Joseph, when you calling on generalizing all whites. There are a generation of the fallen angels who have white skin. They call them tall whites. But they are not my white brother. They are not my brothers and sisters that are here. They are not the Gentiles who cleave to the house of Yasharal with white skin, who always cleave, who come not to serve, meaning to be our servants, but to serve because they love and they're grateful for the covering of the natural branch. They always cleave. Those are the ones who helped our ancestors through slavery. They not wicked, Brother Joseph. They not serpent seeds. Now you have serpent seeds that are white, but you have serpent seeds that are black. Listen clearly, Brother Joseph. What about the blacks who, when those whites, when we were in slavery, was hiding our ancestors through the railroads and under their basements getting killed, but the blacks would call it out and say, they're in there, and get us these assembles. So you got to be careful. The Canaanites, which most the wicked people in our Nephilim, were all black. The original Nephilim were black, Brother Joseph. All the Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Canaanites, the Philistines, all those ites, the 7 nations y'all said don't mix your seed with, were black. Now they had white fallen angels and black fallen angels. Angels shapeshift, Brother Joseph. They shapeshift. They tell you, be careful who you entertain. So they could take on the appearance of whatever. You'll have a fallen angel, right? You be messing around, have a whole Canaanite fallen angel, and she be black as blue, and you think you safe because you got you a black woman, or some sister thinks she's safe because she got a black woman. Here, a cold Nephilim Canaanite. You know them by their fruit, Brother Joseph. So the book of Enoch, when it was speaking on the white fallen angels, yes, that was a class of fallen angels, but they don't all look white. The Anunnaki, they weren't all white. These Thoth, these things, they weren't all white. Who the Sumerians and them are calling on? They be these black Nephilim fallen angels and all that. They shapeshift. They come in all. They have horns. But they do have a race of tall whites. So be very, very careful, because what you can do, Brother Joseph, in our trauma in your era is you can curse one of Yah's children. He don't call us to curse. You know them by their fruit. So it'll be, I've actually had a white person save my life before and be my brother when the black person was the one trying to take my life. Now, again, I know them by their fruit. And because of it, he become my brother. You heard? The enemy come from those of your own household, Brother Joseph. All Yasharal ain't Yasharal. Understand? That's why I always warn you, say, be very careful, generally. I know from trauma of slavery, the Most High called the serpent seed white people, even the wish people. Listen, Brother Joseph, even the Jewish people over in the land. Now, a lot of them are seeding because they get the fruit of us being cursed. But you got some of them that's calling out and saying, you know what? We've been lied to. What the scripture says, our fathers have inherited lies. And they say, we ain't, the real people are, because the Zionists, these are serpent seed white people, these Illuminati things. They serpents, they shapeshift. Educational purposes, thank you. This get me into dangerous territory saying these names too, all right? You know them by their fruit. Don't look for no flesh. That flesh gonna fool you. That flesh gonna have you with a whole Nephilim Canaanite. You looking for a white Nephilim. You got a whole black Nephilim in your bed. Do you understand? You got a half Nephilim baby because you done smashed this doggone Nephilim woman because she had black skin and you hating white people. Now, I ain't telling you to go sleep with nobody. I'm telling you, you know them by their fruit. Great. I'm glad you brought that out, brother. That was very important. So in the book of Enoch, they was talking about this race of fallen angels that came down. Yes, they had white skin and white hair. You got fallen angels that got black skin and black hair. You got that's another curse that'll get you to, what the scripture says, if we get them to curse themselves. Be very careful from cursing yourself. Because if you harm one of Yah's children, you're going to be held accountable. That's true. And some of his children they are our descendants. Do you not, in my other lesson, I show you 2 black people give birth to a white baby, literally white baby, literal blonde hair, whatever eyes, white skin, but the baby is just as black as me and you. So is Noah. Not albino. Listen clearly, not albino, a white baby. Because everything can come from the original seed. Everything comes from the original seed. It's just mutation. It doesn't make them evil, but you know them by their fruit. Now, you could have a white baby and they could be evil. You could have a black baby and they could be evil. You better raise some children to know what I'm talking about. I done raised children. I know it. I done been on this earth for a very long time. Praise Yah. Hopefully that could help you. And I know you're getting some healing, Brother Joseph, because I see you got a lot of trauma from what Yah used this serpent seed who got white skin, and then you got others who participated. So you got some with the white skin who not the serpent seed, but they like, okay, well, I can live good on the backs of them. Oh, they're going to answer to that. But guess what, Brother Joseph? You got black people did it too. Arabs. That's what I said. Don't stop there. What about the Arabs? What about all of them? You got, and black people did it. Ham, Brother Joseph, who sold us in Africa? I'm sorry. Who sold us to the white ones who came? The black ones in Ham. The whites couldn't even get into the interior. So be very careful looking at skin color. You know them by their fruit, their rayach, their spirit. Praise Yah. Yeah, that's them camp teachings, very wicked. Them camp teachings, Yah Dylan has us curse ourselves. That's that scripture. That's why when he did it earlier, I said, "Ooh, be easy, Brother Joseph, because you can really mess yourself up and get judged by Yah for that." We're called to be a kingdom of priests, a light unto the darkness. Yah said, I got children that are not of this fold. They are not of the natural branch. And they got all they all come from us, his children. Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. That was a great way to end this. All right. Let me do this last thing, and we're going to just shut it down. And Akiyama, would you mind closing us out with the house prayer? I'm going to show this last thing so we can shut it down, and we're going to close out with the house prayer. I went long. This teachers be having me going 5 hours. I'll be trying to do 3. I got to really tailor this down because I'll be too exhausted and tired. All right. So let me just close out with this, just to end this study with the right way. Window, thing, share. This is the thumbnail. How we went from kings to slaves during the Dark Ages. We're going to show y'all in these coming lessons. We just showed y'all a little tonight how we migrated in. We went all the way back to the Neolithic Negro. I forgot what it's called, Nilotic Negro. We're going to go back to the pygmy that came into Europe. We went to the 12 to 10 tribes who went into Europe from Assyria, Dan, and how we became the monarchy. They still got us posted all in the architecture of Europe because they still honor the kingship line, the nobility. But the curses pursued us, as the prophecy said, and the nobility and the descendants of them went into slavery. Next week, y'all willing, I've been trying to do it for a week. I've been trying to get to this Cromwell and showing you, but I'll get to it when y'all's timing. From kings to slaves, the Dark Ages of Europe. Okay? We are not making none of this up ourselves. The share. This is the last share. The Irish Times said that the ancient, and that's Europeans, the Irish Times newspaper in Ireland that I got nothing to do with, said that, why I can't move it? Oh, because I'm not on the, I'm like, why I can't move it? It's because I'm not on the thing. They said that the early Irish people were dark-skinned with blue eyes. They were hunter-gatherers, okay? They were black people with blue eyes. So yes, we were in Europe. And we established a civilization there. Praise Yah. His holy name is rightful order. Anaya said, and all through history, we see parents who have given birth to twins, one so-called white, very fair-skinned, one so-called black. This explains Esau and Yashua. Facts. They trying to make Esau a white man. Esau wasn't white. He was ruddy. He was light-skinned with red hair, black, and his brother was darker, Yaakov. That happens all the time. Praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. Tatiana said, as someone coming to all this new revelation and out of Christianity, I am truly appreciative and humbled. I enjoy these teachings very much while looking forward to them each week. Please pray for me. Oh, thank you, Tatiana. I didn't know you was newly coming into the revelation out of Christianity. And you already, girls, the daughter, Yah, you got a calling on you, Tatiana. That he already gave you your Hebrew name. You got a powerful calling on you. Do not drop that calling. He brought you to Yah's house too, and your husband. Hashaya, your wife got a strong calling on her. She heeded the call and she named herself in the name of Yah. Since some of that, I praise Yah. All right. So praise Yah that you got a strong calling and heed that call. He brought you to Yah's house. You are in a lawful house and you will be fed good food. And you see, we are meek and humble. Praise Yah, his holy name, his rightful order. She said, hubby been for almost 2 years. Oh, praise Yah, good. Y'all been in awakening for a little while. So praise Yah. But I know what you mean. You're like, when getting to this house is a whole different rayak, right? So a whole different, because this is the house of Yah. We're circumcised here. We're taking our electorship as the the house of priests, meaning the kingdom of priests, not to be served, but to serve. See, that's what I'm trying to show Brother Joseph. Yeah, we got our priesthood. Yeah, I know who I am, but my duty now is to serve Yah's children and know them by their fruit. And he got children which are not of this fold. So we got to be very careful. Praise Yah for everyone that found this house, the house of Yah. All right, we're going to have Hakyama close us out with our house prayer, and I bid y'all a shalom after that. Go ahead, Hakyama.
Should we also cover the house because of all that they're doing with CERN and the eclipse? An extra portion maybe?
Absolutely. Whatever Yah puts in your raya.
Psalms 148. Praise ye the Most High Yah. Praise ye Yah from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts. Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for he commanded and they were created. He hath also established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass. Praise ye the Most High from the earth, ye dragons and all deep. Fire and hail, snow and vapor, stormy winds fulfilling his word. Mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping thing and flying fowl, kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth and the Shemayim, the heaven. He also established the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even the children of Yasharal, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High, Yah. Yah, we come before you together as an eclipse is coming, as there is fear in the land already before they have opened and started all their torment and dismay. We come before you as your children. We come before you humbly as servants. We come before you to do your will and execute your righteousness and shine your great light upon all this creation. We come before you knowing what's coming. Though not everything, portions of the portions that we're allowed to have, we thank you. And we pray that what we do see and what we do come in contact with, let it not enter into our hearts, let it not corrupt our vessels, nor our minds, nor our rayaks, our souls, Yah. We ask for covering and protection in this time. We ask that you be with us in all our walk. During this path we go on, this path to you, this path towards your will be done, this path towards Mashiach, this path towards righteousness, this path towards your name, an everlasting name that is not uttered by man. We come to you, Yah. We come slowly. We come as those who have once been downtrodden. We come to you as those who love you so dearly and cling unto your name. And thus, with asking, true asking, and humbleness, that we be covered in this time, as it shall be hell on earth, the with you, inside you, engulfed in you, embodied in you. It be as the Shemayah. Though we've seen much terrors already, there is terrors to come. And with this, we put on our armor. With this, we arm ourselves. With all of you. Please protect us. Please cover us. Send for us, yeah. But all in all, may your will be done and your way be had. And if you please, may your glory be seen upon us. And no evil come nigh our dwellings. Praise ye the Most High, Yah, for his name alone is excellent. We ask in your name, Yah. Yeah, man. Oh, amen, Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, aman Yah, amen, and shalayah, selah. Thus says Yah. Thank you for the house prayer. Thank you for covering us with this eclipse thing. Remember, guys, hopefully you stacked up on a little bit of water. Ain't no fear, whatever. I think it's just going to do the little normal eclipse and that's it. But if it doesn't, still don't have no fear. Thus, the Most High covers his children. All right? Spirit and in truth. We ain't perfect, but Yah is, and he knows our hearts. That's why I told Brother Joseph, remember, you know them by their fruit. That's the heart. The fruit is the heart. From the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. That's why you got to be careful what's in your heart. So you don't want to have hatred and anger and trauma and stuff, because Yah judges us from our heart, right? So that's where I'm praise Yah. I'm glad the Most High brought Brother Joseph here so we can heal his heart, so that he can start to take his position as a priesthood and understand he has an authority and a position. And some of those who got white skin are looking for him to get him through their salvation too. And those are Yah's children too. That's what Hakyama said in her prayer, every animal. You got people who understand every animal is his child. Y'all better understand the fullness of the Most High. Y'all thinking everything ain't his creation, they're his child, unless the serpent created it. All right. Praise y'all. Now they're here too. And they got all, they come in all, they shape shift. They come in all shapes, forms, fashions, everything. Blue, black, white, all that. Tall, white, short, blacks, whatever. Tall, black, short, white, middle, yellows, whatever. You know them by their fruit. That's the only way you're going to know the serpent, by his fruit. Discernment. Purify yourself. He give you eyes to see and ears to hear. You'll see him. Y'all will reveal him. You'll point him out. And just stay away. Rebuke you in the name of my Yahweh shall come in the name of my Father. I rebuke you right out of my presence. All right. Praise Yah's holy name is right for order. Hopefully, yes, be kind to animals too, as well as people. That's all Yah's children. Facts. Hopefully this was fruitful. I'll know it when I watch it back. I think it was all right. Praise Yah's holy name is right for order. Thank you, Hakyama. All right. I love you all. And I'll see Mashiach Assembly on Tuesday in our Zoom Bible study. I'll see everybody else on the Wednesday investment class. I need to send y'all something, guys. I got something I need to send y'all, because last time with the not coin thing, I was too late to get y'all. I got something that y'all ain't too late. I'm gonna get y'all gonna do it so y'all can start, and it's gonna get you an airdrop, the big airdrop that's coming. So I'm on it. I already started, and I'm gonna send y'all that in the WhatsApp probably tonight. I'm gonna do it tonight. I'm gonna put it in the WhatsApp. All of y'all get the link, and the only thing y'all do is open it, and then you'll start to calculate it, and it's points to get you an airdrop. That's gonna be a big coin when it drops. And it's dropping on April 20th. Same time Not Coin is dropping. So I got y'all. Let me write it right now. Send the link to WhatsApp. Y'all know I got y'all. Telling y'all gave me instructions. I'm gonna have y'all portfolio straight. Everybody in the investment group, y'all gonna be straight. Mark my word. We might have missed out on the first round of building our portfolio. We ain't missing out on this round. Facts. And it's an accumulation stage. We got all these new things coming. So I got a lot of instructions. So I see y'all on Wednesday in the investment group. Everybody else, I see y'all on Thursday and Uncle Yahshua 25 to Life Testimony TV. Oh, that's my other YouTube page where I tell a testimony of my life. Ooh, that's dope. That's a dope channel right there. That's where you learn how I became the man of Yah. All right. And then everybody else, I see y'all on the Shabbat Bible study on Friday. All right. I love Tayana said, I got my hair wraps today, and it's my first time I'll ever wear them. Praise Yah. I'm watching videos to learn how to. Oh, praise Yah. I know you're going to look just as fly as you want to look, Tayana, because boy, it does something for the brothers. Facts. Because it's something that I know your husband going to be like, okay. Because it makes y'all look like holy, righteous. I don't know. It's just you'll see the difference. All right. And I got a head wrap lesson. I don't know if you've seen it, but if you want to, Tayana, you can go to my first videos. I got about 200 and something. But if you scroll all the way down to the videos, not the live stream, I got one on daughters, cover your heads or something. Head wrap. It's a powerful lesson. Watch that one, and it breaks down all the reasons and why you're covering it, when and why. It's powerful. So that's for all the sisters. All right, there you go. So, yep, you go on my videos and scroll all the way down. It's one of the first ones, like number 4, 5, 6, and it says cover daughters, cover there. It's a dope lesson. You're going to enjoy it. Wasn't it good, guys? That was a powerful lesson. Praise Yah for the revelation. All right, I love you all. Go forth and be the light that you are in the darkness, the light of the fire that you are. That's what the scripture said. Now, again, everything that we doing here about revealing this history, as Eddie Murphy said.
I'm being keeping it real, like the beginning to say, keep it real, that's real. I'm being keeping it real, like the beginning to say, keep it real, that's real. I'm being keeping it real, like the beginning.
We just keeping it real. Like those little fools out, those niggas say, keep it real, that's real. We just keeping it real. And shout out to the little homie.
Bossy, you know what it is.
All right. I'm like, Unc, you are a fool. Why did you get that new tool? Like, I like that too. He said, Buster, you know what it is. He just as country as his mama, boy, the country, they just as country. Buster, you know what it is. We the house of Yah, we bring truth to power. Thank you all, and we'll see you all. May the Most High cover and bless you. Go forth and be the light that you are to everyone else. Joseph, you too, Brother Joseph. Go forth and be the light to those in the darkness. All right. From Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah to you worldwide, Shalom. Thank you, Hakyama. Thank you, Yashiyaha. Thank you, Elder Taj Balayah, for assisting me on the screen. I love you all. Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah.
chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds secure.